Divorce lawyers of Reddit, what's the worst way you've seen someone fuck over their spouse? Not me, but a guy I worked with 10 years ago. I guess it counts as a revenge. I worked with a guy who really stuck it to his ex-wife. When I met him, he was working in a sporting goods store making $8 an hour. He was not really like the other retail monkeys. He was older, well-groomed, well-spoken, clearly educated, etc. One night after work he gets into his car, and I couldn't help but notice that it was a very nice newish Jaguar. I asked him how he could afford it, and he explained it to me. He had been an SVP at a well-known Fortune 50 company, which I will not mention the name of, pulling in $300K with bonuses and stock options. He was married, but the marriage fell apart, and in the divorce, she demanded that she get the house and 40% of his wages. He and his lawyer somehow managed to get her to agree to let him keep the house in exchange for 75% of his pay, no dollar figure or employer specified lol. As soon as she took the settlement he quit his job and looked for a minimum wage job. He said to me that she gets 75% of nearly nothing now. He had other money stashed away, so he didn't even need the job, and he had the house and its equity as well. Also, no kids, so there was no child support. Just alimony. She was furious of course, and tried to resue him, but failed at least once, and when she claimed that the settlement was not keeping her in the lifestyle she was accustomed to, he simply told the judge that the divorce was traumatic to him, and he could no longer do his old job as a result. At least at that time, she did not manage to get out of the deal. Not sure how it all ended, but I thought it was faking brilliant, if not crazy level spiteful. He was a good employee too, good with customers, showed up on time, no bullshit absenteeism or anything like that. He claimed he loved each payday because it reminded him how little she was getting. Not a lawyer, but when I was a kid my parents got divorced. My mom met a guy on the internet and left my dad for him. My sisters and I were all teenagers, and being that my mom had never really been around decided that we all wanted to live with him. We all had to write a letter stating our wishes, and it was understood that we would stay with him. My mom didn't even seem to care. Additionally, my dad had this retirement account from his old job. He wasn't rich at all, and had worked his ass off for everything he'd ever had. When he got hurt on the job he could have sued, but was promised that in exchange for him not suing, they'd keep him around. Instead they canned him, and he left with about $100K, I think, in a 401k type account that he'd been saving for nearly 30 years. Lastly, my dad had his house. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-bath brick house that was all of about 800 SF. It wasn't much at all, but my dad loved the place. My mom couldn't stand that house and wanted to move for as long as I could remember. That was another contentious subject that led to the divorce. He'd been paying on it forever, and when he left his old job, he took out a small chunk and paid it off. Anyway, their separation is progressing, and it's understood we are living with him. She was so in love with this internet guy that she didn't care. He was in school halfway around the country, and she was going to move there to be with him. We knew we'd get by just fine. They seemed amicable, and it was understood how this would all play out. The day in court finally comes, and instead of what we all assumed, even my dad's lawyer, she goes to the court with all these crazy claims. He was an abusive alcoholic, he beat us, and my mom nightly, he was crazy and no one would be safe in his care. My mom got full custody. She got 50% of his house and 50% of his retirement account. My dad was stunned that judgment would basically bankrupt him. In order for him to keep the house, he'd essentially have to clean out his retirement account and give her everything. The night of their divorce I went over to see him. He was almost catatonic. He just stared off in space the entire time and would mumble whenever I asked him a question. I've never seen anyone like that ever. My birthday was 2 days away, and I asked if he wanted to do something for my birthday and he just answered with "Your mom has full custody. I will if she allows me to see you." I asked if I could drive his old truck to school, since I didn't yet have a car, and he just said no, that I needed to call my mom and have her pick me up. So that's what I did. And the next day in school, the day before my birthday, I'm sitting in our lunchroom when I hear, "Hey, isn't that your grandpa?" from a buddy of mine. I look over and see my grandpa and a cop making their way across the lunchroom toward me. They told me to grab my stuff, and in the office I found my sister there as well. We rode home with them, where we were also met by my little sister, and that's where they told us that our dad had killed himself shortly after I left the previous night. To make matters worse, it all happened so quickly that nothing had been finalized. My mom dropped all her paperwork and legally became a widow and got everything: house, retirement and his insurance policy. She also got social security benefits for us, a fact we didn't find out until much later. She basically took all the money and moved across the country with her new man, leaving us to care for ourselves for the most part. And to this day, when asked about raising us, she'll spin this story of a young widow doing her best to raise 3 kids on her own. My stepdad has been divorced twice before. Both marriages had kids involved. First divorce was mutual and had shared custody of the kids. Second was because he was cheated on and also involved shared custody of kids. Wife #1 lived out of state and kept no showing, forcing costly legal action every time he wanted to see his kid. Wife #2 was initially supportive of him through this until they had kids themselves and the cost became too much. Wife #1 wanted him to give up legal rights to their kids, and after years and years of legal battles that nearly bankrupted them, wife #2 basically gave him an ultimatum: give up the kids or get divorced. He knew that getting divorced from wife #2 could result in him never seeing his other kids either, so eventually he was forced into giving up kid #1. A few years later, wife #2 cheats on him. They get divorced. Wife #2 tells the kids it was him that cheated, but to never mention it to him in case he gets angry. Initially they were splitting custody very evenly, but eventually wife #2 figured out that she would get more money if she was technically sole custodian, and he would see them on that basis, because he loves his children. So to arrange for this to happen, she accused him of molesting their youngest child, then used that accusation to gain full custody before the charge was dropped due to total lack of evidence. Then she tells the kids that he did molest them, again something he didn't know. She told them 4 years. Upshot is that he was forced to give up first kids permanently by one wife, and then second wife had the rest of his kids think he was a cheater and sexual predator, and thus be terrified of him and never truly love him, so she could save face and pick up a larger checkpoint like Tammy 1 and Tammy 2 on crack. Edit. Also, to be 100% clear, this story has details omitted or changed for the purpose of not identifying anyone. If this sounds like someone you know, then I fully empathize with them, but we probably aren't talking about that same person, which in itself is terribly sad, I think. Obligatory: not a lawyer, but my parents are currently going through a divorce. Luckily kids are all in late 20s/30s, so no custody battle, but basically my mum is a nutter and is desperately trying to screw my dad over as much as humanly possible. She told her lawyer that he has so many hidden assets, when in fact he has none. She lied and told the mediator that he has a record collection worth hundreds of thousands, when in fact it's probably worth like £8. She said his guitar collection was worth tens of thousands, whereas second-hand value, like maybe pounds to K. She wants all of his business's assets. All of them. She wants both houses. Her lawyer repeatedly reminds her that at most she'd get half of everything, but she clearly doesn't listen. Then she demanded back all of the kids, Christmas, and birthday presents from our childhood, like the violin they bought me when I was 13. It's hers. Obviously. /s. Her lawyer laughed at her and reminded her that's not how divorce works. They are still in the very early mediation process, so it'll be interesting to see how shit goes once they actually get started properly. Interestingly, despite her hollering that it's all my dad's fault, she was the one that walked out and subsequently shacked up with my dad's brother, whose wife had died 3 weeks earlier. Yeah, and that's why I'm completely no contact with my dickhead of a mother. Not a lawyer, but my 2 bosses were married and opened a bike shop together. He was the brains and the backbone, since he was a former Olympic mechanic. She just sort of balanced the checkbook and worked a couple days a week. Unfortunately, he had no credit and she did, so when they opened everything was in her name. All he wanted in the divorce was the bike shop and was willing to buy her half. She wanted the bike shop too, but didn't want to buy him out for his half. Mind you, her father passed away and she was sitting on like $300k in the bank and also had the audacity to take out student loans for her daughter to go to college. He lost the bike shop and I think he got a little bit of money for his share. What she didn't expect was that all of the high paying customers would stop going there. They were all his friends or they only wanted him to work on their bikes, so I don't know why she would have had that notion. So he opened up his own bike shop and all of the regulars have become regulars at the new bike shop. Edit. I've been seeing a lot of comments asking how he gained the credit to open a new shop. Ever since he moved out of the house he shared with his ex-wife, he started putting money away and got a credit card. So over the course of a year plus some months he built credit and was able to open a shop on his own. People have tried to buy into the business as an investment, but he doesn't want anyone else involved, since that screwed him over the first time. Edit 2. I appreciate everyone's upvotes. If anyone is ever having any bike related issues, head on over to r/bikerench. I spend a lot of time there diagnosing and offering fixes for people's bikes. I don't work in a bike shop anymore. I just work on my friends' bikes for fun and dabble in some frame building for myself. But remember to support your local bike shop. Don't buy bikes from department stores because they are typically dangerous as they aren't built by actual bike mechanics. Not a lawyer but got divorced. During divorce proceedings, when we didn't live together anymore, my wife filed a frivolous police report saying that I threatened her. In the police report, she wrote my apartment's address as her place of residence. A court immediately issued a restraining order against me, prohibiting me from being in my apartment that I rented while the restraining order was active, several months. I had to live in hotels and Airbnbs, which of course is 2x 3x of normal rent, without having access to my clothes and other stuff. I also was paying the rent for the apartment that was empty all that time. She never actually went there during that restraining order, even though she claimed it as her residence. The restraining order was lifted as the case was dismissed after she never provided any evidence or even testimony. To that point I didn't sign lease extension in time during this process because I had no information how long the restraining order will be for. Even though it was lifted right before my lease expired, I ended up having to move and pay a broker fee. Of course this also delayed divorce proceedings because we couldn't communicate while the restraining order was active. Besides that, she refused to sign tax form for married filing jointly. I ended up filing as married filing separately, which meant quite a few $1,000s extra in payment to I's. This was the biggest case of fuck you over without any gain for me that I have seen. Not a lawyer. Ex-brother-in-law got a girlfriend pregnant, had a falling out halfway into her pregnancy. So as a result, she moved across the country, fought him from the state she lived in, giving him no chance to mount any decent custody arguments without spending thousands in fees to travel. As a result she ends up with full custody and getting the maximum amount for child support. He has paid said support monthly via direct deposit from day one and has never missed a single payment. For the first 5 years of his daughter's life, his baby's mama would file yearly with the state she lived in that he hadn't paid up to a maximum claim of 3 months no payment and was in hardship because of. The state she was in would cut her a check, bill it to our state, who'd garnish his wages under threat of jailing him. Each time she did that it took him 6 months to rectify and get his garnished wages reimbursed. But there was no provision for our state to get money back from hers, so she never so much as got a slap on the wrist for doing this. Finally record keeping in her state caught up to the point that his bank could easily verify to said state that she had indeed been paid, which finally put a stop to her hardship claims. Edited to add context. IDK why she was able to get away with it. A fake. Our state never considered themselves being defrauded because she never filed anything here. The child is now 12, so all this was prior to 2010. A fake. They will go back for a custodial hearing in the next year for her to have a choice in who she lives with. I divorced amicably from his sister 5 years ago. No kids, no BS, just people change, and we grew apart. Obligatory. Not a divorce lawyer, but here you go. My parents got divorced about 9 years ago. I was 9. After the economy got facky, my dad, who owned his own business, could no longer afford my mom's extravagant shopping bills. Instead of having a talk like a normal person, he decided to stop paying the mortgage. The house was foreclosed upon years later without my mother's knowledge. Her credit was destroyed because her name was on the lease. It was about this time that my dad removed all the money from their shared bank account, leaving $135. He said, "That should be enough for the two of you for a couple months." My mom sold her wedding ring at a pawn shop so we could have Christmas and I wouldn't know anything was wrong. My parents got divorced. My dad took her to court for everything, but in the end it ended up being a pretty fair divorce agreement. We were allowed to live in the house for 2 years before we had to leave. My mom overstayed that by about a year in an attempt to get me to finish middle school. That was when my dad broke into the house, stole stuff from us, changed the locks on the doors, and shut us out. We spent most of the night in the police station before they kicked my dad back out of the house, and we walked in to find most of our things missing. We went back to court and the judge told us we had until August 30th to move out, about a month. On the 20th, while I was sitting home alone, my mom was at work. My dad broke into the house and I hid under the bed as he ransacked the place. He found things that were rightfully ours that we were planning to sell to afford a new place and took them. So, yeah, not great. A bit of a different perspective here, from someone viewing the whole mess as a relative. The husband was severely faked over by the wife purely because she could. She divorced him in a no-fault state, providing her with immediate out-of-pocket support from him until the end of the divorce, as well as all bills paid. Now this doesn't sound so bad if the wife wasn't an abusive, vindictive bipolar monster. He's a gentleman, you know, the good husband type. But she just kept at it, arguing with family, abusing children, attempting suicide by sleeping pills, the works. The woman was an absolute train wreck. And due to the laws of the state, despite firing 4 attorneys and telling all of them, "Oh, just send the attorney costs to my husband, have him pay," the court just shrugged their shoulders and the divorce carried on for nearly 4 years because the state did not require a settlement be made. So she just kept declining all of his offers while continuing to bask in free income. It even got to the point where he was offering $500,000 over the next 4 years and she said, "Go fuck yourself." Over those 4 years his appearance and personality was like that of a president serving a term. It was absolutely awful to see. Edit. Consolation. Kids are all adults and mostly unaffected by the divorce. Heartbreaker. Divorce started after 27 years of marriage. So no, it wasn't a new liwat thing. Life's not always peachy after the first half decade. If it makes it any better though, the woman is mentally psychotic, unrelated to the bipolar, so this wasn't a standard falling out of love thing. Friend of mine cheated on her husband while he was away at school, military. She unfortunately decided to tell me about it. 2 days later I got this frantic phone call at 0530 saying that she and her kid needed a place to stay the night because her husband had caught her having an early morning phone conversation with a fuck buddy. Within 12 hours she had a court-issued restraining order claiming that he had beaten on her a few times. Except that I was friends with her husband as well. He's the most peacefully non-violent person I've ever met and is actually quite a pushover, so now this guy's being escorted from his house by police. Isn't allowed within 50 feet of the house or her or his own kid. Cops gave him 10 minutes to pack a bag and get out. For the next 3 months, he's living out of this bag, moving from house to house, crashing with friends. Meanwhile, his house that he's not allowed anywhere near isn't even occupied because his wife and kid are living with her fuck buddy. Eventually he gets himself together and starts taking her to court for custody and divorce. Everything slowly starts coming to light. When things start going south for her, she cries rap. The judge calls out her BS, but the military doesn't, and they open up a full-blown investigation. The guy is a CID agent. He investigates raps for a living. But with her accusation, he loses his badge and his gun, and gets pulled from every case he was on. Becomes a glorified dog greeter. The investigation takes so long that his re-enlistment window closes and he's forced to get out. After 10 years of service. He actually managed to get full custody of his kid and the rap charges were dropped. But all he's ever wanted to be is a cop, and now as a civilian he's having difficult getting a job because all they see is that he was charged at one point in time. He's had to sell his motorcycle and refinance his truck just to make ends meet. Also not a divorce lawyer. Happened with my parents' backstory. My father was married once before, but after suffering a brain aneurysm him and his wife calmly decided to split. In fact, when he woke up after his surgery he didn't even know who she was, and the recuperation was just too stressful on their marriage. A little, while later a sheetbag med student and drug addict who used her charms, passive aggressiveness and generally as hardly by charismatic personality to manipulate people into doing what she wanted for years, also known as my mother, met up with him. They're married for a pretty long time. They've both been married and divorced, and she still has 2 kids living with her who kind of resent my dad because he wasn't their actual dad. Yada yada yada. I get that point, but after those 2 move out and they have 2 new kids, their marriage gets strained. My mother isn't an addict anymore, but she is still a massive pile of shit. They get divorced, and for I think 8 years, maybe shorter, maybe longer, they both duke it in court. My mother constantly trying to fuck him over as much as possible. She never got custody. Me and my brother went back and forth, staying a week at one house then a week at the other. My father was left with no money, and since no one would hire him, because of aphasia he was left with after the aneurysm, no job. Up until the divorce, my mother, being a doctor, made the money, while my dad looked after me and my brother. So he was royally screwed. Just last week, a long time after the divorce ended, I helped him move out of his house, which I grew up in, so he could go and live in his mother's, my grandma's, house. Luckily she isn't there most of the time, since she generally stays in New Jersey through the spring and summer, but it's still humiliating and depressing that on top of still being unemployed he now has to live with his mother to avoid going homeless. How my soon-to-be ex-wife faked me over. My wife and I started having problems when my stepson started getting to the age of rebellion. I would try and discipline him, and she would step on my toes and let him do whatever he wanted. One day I end up punching the door and scarring everyone because my stepson told me he didn't love me and that I'm not his real father. I raised him since he was 2. He's 10 now. So my wife leaves me. I have a legitimate daughter with her. It's been over a year and my wife tells me she can't focus on her job and school because my daughter is too young for school yet. She let her son live with his biological father. I convince her that my daughter should live with me while we go through a divorce. So after 3 months she wanted our daughter back. I told her no, that she had just moved in with me. Meanwhile she's stubborn on making a shared custody plan and she's stubborn on how to split our material things. She asks me if our daughter can go down and visit for the 4th of July holiday. I agree and she takes her to the state she resides at and bought her health insurance and enrolled her in school and a bunch of other things that I immediately did when she came to move with me. Then she filed for divorce in that state. Now I can't legally go get my daughter back after this 4th of July holiday because the child cannot leave the state until the end of the divorce. She is going to take everything from me. Edit. I have spoken to a divorce lawyer and I'm kinda just sitting on my hands. I need to prove that it's in my daughter's best interest to live with me. Should I fail, I won't do anything that will harm my image to my daughter. I always think back to a question I've been asked before. If you can trade places for a day with anyone, who would it be? I would choose my daughter to trade places with so she can see with my own eyes and heart how much she means to me. I love her with all my might. In family law particularly, people can behave in extreme ways because this is the most emotional flashpoint in their lives. It usually involves their children or their home, or both. However, clients with character who care about their children go about divorces in the same way they do the rest of their lives, and they are a pleasure to represent. The problem clients. As you practice law longer, you recognize clients that aren't emotionally functional and do crazy shit. I want to list some comic examples, but once you really understand that these are human beings who are victims of physical and sexual abuse, suffer from debilitating addiction problems, or have serious psychiatric disorders, it loses its panache. The hardest thing to do is look at some ignorant alcoholic 45-year-old 250-pound tattooed bully that just beat the shit out of his wife and see that he's really a 10-year little kid that watched his mom get beat up and he never moved on from that. or some screeching middle-aged woman that lights a car on fire. But it turns out she's really a little girl that got molested and told her mother, and her mother told her she was a liar and never to tell anyone. Or the innocent spouse that never saw that one coming. Now try switching the races. Being a lawyer means getting uncomfortable insight into people's lives, and it usually isn't very funny point from the lawyer's perspective. He or she is putting their reputation alongside someone going through this. These are red flag clients, and our job isn't to fix all these problems. If they are abusive or display psychotic behavior to their spouses, they will do it to you. Same principle as seeing as how they treat the waiter. They also won't pay your bill or be satisfied with your legal work. I generally turn these clients away unless I know their family and no one else is going to represent them. But you have to be very heavy-handed with them. OMG, finally one I can answer. There's the typical cleaning out the accounts and running, claiming the children first on taxes so the other party can't, claiming the other party as a dependent so they can't file separately, stuff like that. Point. Then there was this one case. Point. My client fled the home with her baby after an incident of domestic violence. In my state, both parents have full rights to the children unless a custody order in place. In other words, whoever has the kid gets the kid. Police will not intervene where one spouse is withholding a child from the other spouse if there are no orders in place. Point. Well, my client had the child for 2 weeks at her new place when H showed up demanding the child. She refused. He called the police. The responding officer was a family friend of both, but originally a friend of H. This PO shows up and decides to try to mediate the conflict. The PO tells my client something along the lines of let him hug his son goodbye and he will leave peacefully. My client was hesitant, but agreed. H took the kid and exclaimed he's mine now, and ran to his car with the baby. No supplies, no clothes, nothing. The PO claimed he had no idea what was happening. Yeah, right. And since no orders were in place, there was nothing my client could do. Point. While we were trying to track him down, we got an order returning the child to my client's possession. He suddenly contacted my client saying he was at a hotel in the area, and if she wanted her son back, she could if she came over and slept with him. We sent the police. Child of divorce here. Point. My father was a plastic surgeon. Worked his way up from a janitor at a hospital that didn't graduate high school to getting through med school mid-30s. Married my mom in his 40s. She was 20 years younger. They always had a strained relationship. He was a workaholic and also had a drinking issue. My mother on the other hand was controlling and manipulative. I could see both of their issues at a young age. I always knew they needed to be separated, but it didn't happen until my early 20s, which couldn't have been a worse time. My dad had lost a considerable amount of money after the recession and had also gotten 2 types of cancer, prostate and colon, and almost died and pretty much stopped practicing medicine. My mother decided this was the perfect time to divorce him and in the process, take every little thing could from him, including my younger siblings. He fell into a deep depression and still to this day thinks he loves this woman while she continues to take advantage of him. Point. I managed to help him win back his house in court, but he lost every other bit of cash and property. Point. A real shitstorm. Still dealing with it 3 years later. Edit. Before any backlash about taking sides in the divorce start flooding in, I know it's my mother and I shouldn't take sides, but she did some horrible things to my family. It's taken years to recover from, and while it wasn't all her fault, she was the primary catalyst in the situation and didn't have to be spiteful and take every little thing from a man who gave her everything. Not a divorce lawyer, but went through a really messy one for no reason. Point. My ex came from a very wealthy family and her sister had huge sibling rivalry issues. To the point where I had broken up a physical altercation between the two of them when they were both in their 30s. When the sister made accusations of abuse against her husband and got divorced, the family started paying a lot of attention to her. I knew her husband and have a very hard time believing the abuse. He had custody of his child from a previous marriage. 2 months later my ex stopped talking to me for almost 30 days. When I had enough, I informed her that I was going to get a hotel room for a couple of days so we could both cool off. I came back on Monday morning to a house with all my personal things piled on my side of the garage and the locks changed on the house. called the cops to see what I could do, and the cop asked me if my name was on the deed and if I had tools. I removed one of the locks from one of the doors because she wouldn't give me a key. She did things like try to stop me from removing a family heirloom from the property to return to my family as I knew I would be moving. She stalled us out until time for my kids to come home from school, kindergarten and to grade, so the cops would be there. Then she had the gall to ask the cops if they would take her to the corner to pick up the kids so they could ride in a cop car. They just looked at her like she was crazy. My son at 7 years old called the cops on her once because she threw the dog at the entertainment center in their house and broke one of the doors on it. Of course, she talked her way out of that. She called me one evening when my 6-year-old daughter and her had gotten in a fight and told me to come get her now. She didn't let her take anything but the clothes on her back. She spent around $100,000 trying to bankrupt me and throw me in jail. She was partially successful, but I have a lot of friends. For some reason people like me, I'm not sure why. She did everything she could to break up any personal relationships I had with friends and my family. Again, she was partially successful in this. She called me a week after school got out at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night. I was broke and mopping my kitchen floor and informed me that she was dropping my son off for the summer and would be there in 10 minutes. It was one of the best summers of my life. She introduced her stepdaughters, middle schooler and high schooler, to one of our mutual friends that she ran into as my hairy stepdaughters. 3 months before I got remarried to an absolute angel, she convinced my daughter to make false accusations of abuse against me. I guess she was trying to stop my wedding. Went through all the investigations including my son being interviewed and came out clean on the other side. Woo, dodged a bullet there. I haven't seen my daughter since almost 10 years now. She was so abusive to my son over the years that he developed some pretty serious mental issues and has been in and out of hospitals for the last 6, almost 7 years, not to mention that my son came to live with me at 14 and I still had to pay $500 a month in child support, even though her family is worth millions. She drove around in a new Lexus and owned 2 houses, one of which I signed over to her in the divorce, while my son and I lived in a 2-bedroom hole, but we were happy. This is only a small highlight reel. There were worse things and more stories than I can list here. All told, I figure the divorce cost me roughly $250,000 over the course of about 6 or 7 years. I'm just a working stiff and that is a lot of money to me. On the upside, I somehow convinced the most wonderful woman in the world to marry me. I still have my son in my life. I have 2 beautiful grandchildren from my wife's daughter that I get to spend at least one day every week with. I consider myself to be very lucky indeed. This is a personal one for me, but both my parents pretty much suck through and through. This is pretty long, so TLDR at the end. Parents divorced when I was 3. Dad was an abusive alcoholic executive in the transportation industry. Read, he has money. Important later. Mom was hiding bipolar and narcissistic personality disorder and hadn't held job since high school. Dad remarries right after finalization and had gotten stepmom pregnant before divorce was even final. My siblings and I move. Mom has custody of us. Dad gets the summer and winter breaks. All is amicable for a while, especially after Dad gives up the bottle and finds Jesus. Mom is abusive as fact to us throughout our childhood. Anything not bolted down is likely able to be used to beat us with. During family gatherings, my mom and my aunts and uncles would tell these stories about hitting their kids too, like they're all trying to one-up each other. They were raised on this sheet as it's the only way my grandma knew how to parent, spare the rod and spoil the child type sheet, and they carried on the tradition. After 9/11, when I was 13, Mom and Dad became more genial towards each other. We got more visits and trips to see Dad. It was a good time until the summer, just before I started high school. My brother and I were grounded. Mom took little sister shopping, and he and I snuck out and went skateboarding. We got back just as my mom was pulling up. She chased us inside the house and beat the shit out of us with our boards, or tried to, at least. My older sister came over a couple days later and saw the bruises on us and told Dad secretly. A week later at the scatter park, a friend runs up to me and hands me her cell phone. My mom is on the line and tells me to come home because your father is starting shit again. I ride up and there are 4 county sheriff squad cars outside the house with the whole neighborhood looking on. A deputy tells me to pack a bag for the weekend because dad is here to take us, me and my siblings get in 3 separate squad cars and drive a couple blocks away to a church parking lot where my dad is waiting inside a limo with my older sister and her fiancé. He gets out and runs up to hug me and is obviously fake crying and apologizing. I have no clue WTF is going on at this point. Fast forward 6 months, parents are engaged in an epic custody battle. 3 times a week, my siblings and I have to go to counseling, therapy, and meet with our guardian ad litem, gal, along with weekend plane trips back and forth to dad's state from our state 900 miles away. Like I said, dad had money. We were all still in school, 6th, 8th, and 9th grade. The judge was getting sick of the back and forth, so he ordered my dad to move into our house and my mom had to move out because she wasn't allowed to live with us alone. We had an uncle living with us 24/7 up until then. The judge wanted to see if he could handle raising kids on his own. Bad move. My little sister was taking things the hardest. She and dad would get into spats daily, and one night, they went at it really badly, and they were on the verge of a fist fight. The next day, he takes her to a psych ward at a hospital, and has her committed. Judge finds out, and ends the experiment. I guess after that, it wasn't going too well on my dad's side. He was getting sick of the court proceedings dragging on, so in the end, he decided to pay off our counselor and therapist over $15k each to sway their statements to the court in his favor to earn custody. My mom's lawyers discovered it while going through financial statements. Dad loses. Mom wins, but is ordered to never lay a finger on us, and if she does, we call our gal, and she loses us, my siblings, and I still lost in the end, because instead of using physical violence, she just used psychological and mental abuse until one by one, we all moved the fuck out of her house when we turned 18. I haven't spoken to her in nearly 10 years, and don't plan to. Dad tries to come back in every once in a while, but he doesn't give a shit about his kids from his first marriage, which was painfully obvious then and now. Edited to ABTLDR. Parents divorce, mom is abusive, dad is non-existent. Mom goes overboard one day and is snitched on by my older sister. My siblings and I get put through hell for almost a year of our young lives, being shuttled back and forth from 2 states. Dad pays off court-appointed mental health professionals, gets caught, loses. Nothing changes for us kids until we can move out and cut contact from our parents. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm going through a divorce currently. We separated 3 years ago, and I didn't really have the money for a divorce I was expecting. April 2016 we filed jointly. I signed the papers. I begin to think I was completely wrong about this, and I was just being too cautious. 3 weeks I receive a call from someone trying to serve me papers. I was expecting to get just a temporary order, but instead, I received a temporary order and 2 temporary restraining orders, filed on behalf of my children by their mom. Obviously the charges were ludicrous, but the state takes these allegations seriously. The judge threw out the TROs, but those allegations set off a chain reaction of absolute hell that still exists today. Later that summer, while wrapping gifts for my kid's birthday, I got a knock at the door. It's the police. They received an anonymous tip that I enjoy downloading and distributing child pornography. After they confiscated my computers and several hard drives and found nothing, I was given my hardware back. Currently there is a standing order sent from my second lawyer that I cannot be contacted by any police dept in my metro area without her present. From the very beginning I believed and assumed that my ex was coaching my children to lie and to fear me. I told anyone who would listen, but it did very little good. After a court-ordered psych review on the entire family, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. She stated that she believed that the children, especially my oldest, was being coached and had many inappropriate conversations with their mom about the divorce. You'd think the court would take action, but nothing came from it. My time with the kids at this point never changed over the year. In March of this year our case was handed over to a social worker. Her role was to investigate and report back to the court her findings and recommendations. With just our first meeting, I could tell that she could see through my ex and her games, but I wasn't 100% sure. She revealed new allegations of bruising on my oldest child seen by her therapist and her school psychologist. In most states, the two individuals I just mentioned are mandatory reporters. If they see anything or suspect abuse, they are required by law to report it to Child Protective Services, CPS. She asked me if I was ever investigated by CPS, and I said I wasn't. I was intrigued. If she's willing to lie to an officer of the court, then she'd be willing to lie to CPS. Later that week I had my kids, and when I dropped them off I told her she's reckless to bring in my child's therapist and school official into the divorce. That next Monday she filed a report of abuse to CPS, and then a week later she filed another. After requesting and receiving all CPS reports going back 2 years, I realized that the second report she filed in 2 weeks, she also went to the police station to get advice. Since all the revelations starting back in March, the focus has shifted from me to her. Legally I'm still behind the 8 ball because all the damage that the initial allegations created, but it's moving positively in my direction. I'd like to make a personal appeal to anyone going through a divorce or might ever go through divorce. I know the tension will run high, money runs short, and the need to win is desirable. If you have kids, love them more than you hate your spouse. Have a good day. Not a divorce lawyer, but a child of divorce. My mother dragged my father and us all through to courts for untruthful assault charges. She refused to accept child maintenance, which I learned later she hoarded to put into her life insurance. She told impressionable young children that my father was literally the devil. He sold his soul for money etc. None of this is true. My father lives and works very modestly. He was my age, early 20s, when he had his first child. My mother, being late 9th years older than he is, gave up his youth to work several horrific jobs just to pay for us. That's not to say that he doesn't have faults. The dude loves women and could not keep it in his pants to save his life. I think my mother wanted revenge whatever the cost and used her children effectively to reach that end goal. I love my mom. I really do. She taught me to cook and clean and how to be a responsible adult and so on. Equally I love my dad. I get my filmmaking and photography side from him. As an adult I enjoy relationships with both, of course with a price. My mother's general disdain for me talking to him points to this day. 3/5 children have no contact with my father and live under the presumption that he doesn't care / is evil. It makes an adult conversation very hard sometimes. Anyway, that's my bit. Sorry I'm not a lawyer. My damn mother is an alcoholic. Me and my brother, have lived week in week off with her and my dad, who is great. For 10 years we lived in ankle deep garbage and had to wade through the living room. Around a year ago, dad gets a full-time university job 500 kilometers away, making double anything he ever made in his whole life, and I decide I want to go with him. I set a date, pack my bags, and say goodbye to everyone. I'm set to leave in the winter school holidays. My brother was gonna stay in our home city for a while longer, living between our mum and our stepmom. Dad, so of 10 years that we lie in trust. Life seems to be presenting me with a huge opportunity. So, the week that I'm supposed to be leaving comes around, and on the morning before I'm scheduled to get on a train, we hear a knock on the door. My dad answers to my mum, accompanied by a man in a suit with a folder of legal documents. We take them inside, and surprise they're court orders. Cue a 2-month $50,000 legal battle that makes everyone involved unhappy. Finally, it is decided after hours of forensic psychological evaluation that I should go to this new city with my dad. The legal battle has destroyed my relationship with my mother, and the money spent on lawyers and barristers and whatnot makes my new lifestyle considerably less luxurious than was planned, and makes it hard to assimilate into my new public school, since it's nearly the end of term and everyone is already over school. TLDR, my dad gets great new job, and I plan to go. Mum ultimately just drags out the process and makes life tough. A friend of mine would qualify for this one. I think his wife went insane when she got pregnant or something, but she publicly threatened him with divorce at a church basketball game rather than working on their marriage. He previously got permission to attend this game. She complained about him needing to cut the apron strings when he asked to spend an hour with his family once or twice a month when they visited her parents several times a week. This kind of insanity kept escalating till she started physically threatening him with knives. Then she started getting PFAs against him because he was supposedly abusing her. This ultimately cost him one of his jobs because policemen kept showing up to talk to him after the child was born. He was in a legal battle to see his son for several years. At first he was only allowed officially supervised visits, then only visits at his parents' house. It is at this point where she taught the child to lie about being sexually abused. I'm not exactly sure how this would have happened with the grandparents around, but whatever. He immediately lost visitation rights. He passed every lie detector test. The mother's story kept changing, and of course the child's story changed even more. The child could say one or two key phrases, but when questioned, the answers didn't add up. Didn't matter because the law doesn't protect the father. He ultimately had to give up trying to see his son because he was $100,000 in debt from lawyer fees. She had a free lawyer because there are systems in place to protect abused women and children. His current plan is to wait till the child is 18, then hope to connect up with him. This is about 5% of the horrible things she did to him, but it completely made me lose faith in our legal system, at least when it came to father's rights. TLDR: crazy wife accused father of sexual abuse and taught child to. No, just read it. It's already an extremely abbreviated version of the story. I do some work for the attorney on this one. Local investment broker has done well. Strong practice and very affluent client base. Wife owns a small shop in the local community. A pet pastime. Doesn't really turn a profit. Been trying to get pregnant for a couple of years. Working with reproductive doctor/clinic. Wife finally gets pregnant. 1 in a million chance. Has the baby. It's a boy. Fast forward a couple of months. Wife has to go to market for her shop and takes a day trip to the big city a couple of hours away. Husband prepared for this and takes opportunity to have baby tested for paternity, not his. When they started fertility clinic, he was tested and knew he was shooting blanks, so he contacts his attorney, my boss, and we start the plan. While we are preparing the case, we have pie follow wife, a few doctor visits, tennis lessons, lunch at the country club daily, hanging out with her friends. Her friends decide to throw her a birthday party at the country club. This is our opportunity. I serve her the divorce papers, loudly asking her name, and, after confirming, announce the reason for the divorce: infidelity. You are hereby ordered to appear in the blank county court, blah blah blah. Her friends are stunned. Discovery reveals that she and her friends are all cheating in the same circles. Go to court, present evidence showing husband is not father, and request to have his name removed from birth certificate. Judge, not wanting the child to become a ward of the state, orders her to produce a list of all people she has slept with during the reasonable window of conception. She provides list. Next court appearance, 10 men show up running the full gamut of personalities. 1 doctor, 1 architect, a tennis coach, 2 chefs, 1 trust fund prince, and a few others to round out the mix. One was actually the father of the person they really needed, but when she said John Doe, she didn't specify John Doe Jr. or ordered to take a DNA test. Our client succeeds in getting his name removed from birth certificate. No child support, no alimony. Wife strikes a deal with baby daddy for child support and support payments for a number of years. She wins. It's the doctor. Part of agreement is she has to move from area. Paid by drive. NDA signed. Doctor very rich and must protect his name/reputation. Court allowed no dad on birth certificate because of guaranteed support for child. Trust fund. Yay client. It sucked for him keeping everything secret, but he a smart and patient man. He has since remarried and is very happy because of evidence produced. Several other high-profile, but low-key, divorces followed. Not an attorney, but rather I was the child in the middle. My mother accused my sister of leading a suicide cult in elementary/middle school, even causing it to be reported in the newspaper in our old city. She did this to accuse my father of neglect. This caused my sister to become an outcast at school, and when one of her friends actually did commit suicide, everyone pointed the finger at my sister instead of offering her support, even though she was not involved. My mother also tried to frame my dad as being a drug dealer, which was completely made up. When I was too young to know better or say no, she took me to a doctor's appointment and had me drug tested. Came back negative, of course, but she still maintained the accusation point she was having an affair with some guy in South Africa, and at one point took me and my 2 siblings to get passports, telling us she was going to take us all to live with this random dude. She met this guy on a Christian chat room, and he had her believing she was some kind of saint in the church. So we almost ended up living with basically a cult leader. Towards the end of the divorce they were still living together, and she buys a dog, names it the username of the man she was having an affair with, and proceeds to tie it on a 2-foot chain in the backyard and force it to live in a pile of its own sheet with only a tipped over garbage can for shelter. She got my dad's dream house out of the court proceedings just to get it foreclosed on. She knew there was no way for her to make the payments and she failed to sell it. Dove my dad into bankruptcy between the message and a 6-year-long divorce proceeding that she dragged out over every petty little thing possible. Point: my mom is a faked up person. She lost all custody and visitation with all of us, and my dad recovered from it all. As of the last time I tried to talk to her a few years ago, she was a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist who was still trying to manipulate everyone around her. Edit. Spelling. No way a lawyer, but a friend just recently went through a legal dispute with the mother of his children. Point: they met on a party one night and well, one thing led to another, and he suddenly became father of twins last year. The couple certainly learned fast not to like each other, but settled with her having the kids home and him coming over twice a week to see them. A few months in, things become facky, though. She would deny him the visits for weeks for blatant reasons, and started claiming he wouldn't pay any aliments, even though he very well did, and wanted to see the kids. Went on for almost a year, until he got fed up as she wouldn't care about his complaints, and continued to get him in trouble with the authorities for claiming nonsense, and so he finally threatened with a lawsuit unless she would get her shit together instead. She immediately filed her own, and wanted to have the full custody and him not visiting the kids at all. As reason for why he is unsuited to see or have the kids, she stated things like being an atheist, being a football fan, European, liking beer, hating and forbidding Christmas. He does celebrate it, just not for religious reasons. Among more BS, he is by no means a rich man or an angel, but a hard-working geriatric nurse and a very dear friend to me, while she just tried to live comfortably of someone else's money and put her interests above everyone, even her kids. The way court day went down, he told me, was just pure bliss. The judge saw how ridiculous and crooked her claims were, and simply destroyed them with all the evidence speaking against them. Point: in the end, they will have another hearing in half a year, where the full custody will be decided. Until then, though, he will continue to visit twice a week and actually file a report on her behavior after each visit. That will be then surveyed in the next court day for custody. Haven't seen him grin like that in long. That woman totally played herself. I worked in London, but lived in Scotland, because the wife did not want to move south to kids and me commuting every weekend from London to Scotland, and back to London. This was all because there were no jobs for me in Scotland and she didn't want to work. I paid for everything: house, cars, holidays, helping her family with money, insurance, vacations, etc. She would go out, while her mom and au pairs looked after the kids. She would buy used cars and abuse credit cards. Decided to go on vacation to Mallorca with children and her parents. Rented a house on the beach for a week. When it was time to go back home, she told me that she is not going, and she is staying in Mallorca, and that she wants to live there now, with her boyfriend. We are still married at this point. That was 4 years ago and there is nothing I can do, because the system is set up to favor mothers. I have to now rent place in Spain for me to come there to see the children. Still pay for everything as before, and she complains that I made her move to Mallorca because I was never there. Now she doesn't want to sell the house in Scotland because she says the only thing that she has of value, the house I bought, paid for, renovated and continue paying 40 LDR. Wife tricked me with going to Spain where she decided to live with her new boyfriend and there is nothing I can do to get the kids or make her come back. not a divorce lawyer, but I work in the call center of a big financial institution. We used to get frequent calls from a married couple who jointly owned an investment and were split up, living at different residences. The husband would change the address on the account to his home address, then the wife would call a few days later to change it to hers. We were always being berated by them for following the other spouse orders, even though, as we would explain, both were authorized to do so. The rub was that the contract, which was infinitesimally small, couldn't be withdrawn without both parties authorizing it, and the check had to be made out to both of them. Knowing this, they just kept this pissing match up for years. We also had a customer who was a doctor, a specialist who I'm sure earned a sheetload, in his late 70s, who owned an annuity worth maybe $500K. He was divorcing his wife. He would call in every few months to ensure his wife couldn't get his money before the divorce. We were constantly explaining that he was the only person who could authorize a withdrawal, and that the check would have to be in his name, but that it was technically an asset and was fair game in a divorce settlement. Point: his wife was his sole beneficiary and was also in her 70s. Every time he called, he would go into a tirade about how he worked for the money, not his wife, and she didn't deserve any of it. It sounded like he had been the sole breadwinner and was perfectly fine leaving his 70+ aged wife to figure out how to earn income. He was also not terribly lucid and always had a new financial advisor on the phone when he called, so I imagined he was somewhat senile. He was such an unreasonable asshole to us too. It broke my heart every time this blowhard called. Arnold, but my divorce was horrid. My ex-husband was physically abusive, and I've talked about that quite a bit under this username, so apologies if you have heard this story before. After I left him, I took my 2 little girls and hid out at my mom's. He stalked me, literally sleeping in a car outside my house and taking off only when the cops forced him to a divorce court. I could not afford a lawyer, so I represented myself, pro se. During the proceedings, his mother stood up and actually told the judge I was the abusive one, despite him having to go to prison for attacking me with a gun, holding me hostage for 3 days, and having sex with my unconscious body. After the judge told her to sit down, my ex and his mother tried to argue, and the judge basically cancelled the rest of the court date and told us to reschedule. It was so frustrating. While we were there, his mother went up to the front desk, who hadn't seen any of us, didn't know any of us, and pretended to be my mother, updating my phone number for the courts on my behalf to her own phone number. When it was time for me to testify or make a statement at the criminal proceedings for the kidnapping/abuse/rap situation, they called her. She told them I would be there, and when I never showed up, because I didn't know, they had to throw out his case, because they didn't enough evidence without my testimony. I could never prove that I didn't willingly miss the court date, because the phone number she had given them was one of those prepaid cell phones and they couldn't prove it was hers/didn't care or believe me enough to continue to follow up on. Then after all of that was said and done, we go back to divorce court, and my ex had quit his job, so he wouldn't have to pay child support. His mother had set him up with one of her co-workers. She was this person's boss, and apparently they hit it off. So my almost 30-year-old ex is now living with a 19-year-old and her grandmother. Only his girlfriend works, and he refuses to show up to court/pay child support/get a job, just to fuck me over. The state was going to bring charges against him for not paying child support, but in my state they have a good cause clause where, if the courts believe that forcing him to pay child support would put me in immediate danger, they won't force him. Basically, because he almost killed me, before he doesn't have to pay child support, because they're afraid he will finish the job if I push the child support issue. Funny, it would be the only job he finished in his life. I work my ass off for my kids, and I make too much money, a whopping $40,000 a year for me plus TWO kids, and one of them is deaf/special needs, so I can't get any assistance, so it's even harder getting out of poverty or to save any money. Anyways, sorry for the wall of text, but this was basically one of the worst things I've ever experienced. It's why I fight so hard to stop abuse online through my ad channel, especially when it came to the Dadaya 5 situation. I hate seeing victims not be able to stand up for themselves, and no one calling them out on it. Thanks for reading, Zuxo. Damn it, I know too many of these from my husband, who is an attorney. A man had been molesting his 5-year-old daughter and the wife found out about it, left him and filed for custody. The vindictive sob accused his wife of molesting the daughter, just so she wouldn't get custody either. The girl went to his wife's parents, and suddenly the husband remembers that the wife's parents both molested her too. Again, all this, just so the wife wouldn't get custody. The girl ended up in foster care for a whole year, while the investigations went on and the wife and her parents were cleared. The father served time, and is now allowed supervised visits. A woman who was married to a man who sold guns for a living, and loved hunting more than anything, accused him of domestic violence, because she knew he would no longer be allowed to own or carry guns. A woman in the middle of a divorce invited her soon-to-be ex to reconnect, seduced him and offered him alcohol, then threw him out of the house. She called the cops, and reported seeing someone swerving on the road. He was arrested, taken to jail, and lost his job because of the DUI. His job involved driving, and told his wife he would give up custody of their twin daughters if she would agree not to go after spousal support or ask to split any assets. She agreed, and the divorce was finalized. The day the papers were signed, he went after full custody of the twins, saying that he could better care for them because he had a big house and she only had an apartment. He made more money, etc. Just to leave her with as little as possible, he told his attorney. When the judge wouldn't grant him custody because of their previous arrangement, he went after one of them and permanently split up the twins. Edit. It was a boy and girl. Fraternal twins. I'm late and this might get lost, but what the heck. Throwaway because Riason's not a lawyer, but have seen some ridiculous divorce nonsense in my immediate family. I'm the fourth of 6 children. My siblings are labeled A, B, C, C, T. From oldest to youngest. Brother A cheated on his wife with several different women. After learning about this, she didn't speak to him for about a year. They lived together in the same house, but communicated via post-it notes. This was back in the 1990s before texting. He went along with this, thinking he could win her back. But she had him served with divorce papers a day after their 10th anniversary. Because they were married a decade, her social security benefits at retirement age would be calculated, in part based on his income. At divorce, brother A was 33 and wife was 30 each, so all this social security stuff was 30 plus years away. Has a 2-year degree in a skilled trade, and can easily earn $40k. In fact $50-60k is more typical for that career and $80k is not unusual. But after the divorce he has consistently worked at menial, low-paying $10/HR jobs and now living in a mobile home parked on a friend's driveway, all to keep his income down, so that his ex-wife won't get a marginally high RSS payout in her golden years. He's living like a hobo to spite his ex, and still doing it almost 20 years after the divorce. I do not understand that level of self-destructive spite. Brother B, narcissistic control freak. First wife died of an accidental overdose. Second wife filed for divorce, and he has done everything possible to prevent the divorce. They hate each other and have lived apart for years, but brother B absolutely must to be in charge and refuses to negotiate with wife after she filed for divorce. He's moved from low-rent apartments to crappy hotels for several years now, so he doesn't have a steady address and is difficult to serve court papers to. Brother C, stay with me on this one. Wife is a college professor, a genuine sweetheart and a good person. I still talk to her regularly, but haven't seen brother C in ages, and don't want to. He was working in management for a foods distributing company, but had a mental breakdown of some kind, and didn't work steadily for the past 5 years. Possibly bipolar and/or drugs related. Lived separately from wife for ages, leeching off a string of girlfriends, and threatening suicide when wife talked about divorce. Anyway, mom and dad's will left everything to me. House worth $150k, cash, and investments another $50k. I'm the only one of 6 kids who is not an addict, who is good with money, and who was in regular contact with them when mom was sick with Parkinson's. Upon learning they were disinherited, brothers B and C and sister F freaked out, because of course they were special and entitled to everything. They contested the will and hired a very nasty lawyer, who all the other local lawyers hate, because no good faith conversation/negotiations are possible with him. They basically tried to harass me into throwing out mom and dad's will and splitting the estate 6 ways. They lost, of course, because a properly written will drafted by a lawyer is almost impossible to overturn. Less than 1% of will contests are successful, hence trying to pressure me into settlement. My lawyer's fees were very reasonable for the will contest, not quite $5k. Brother C paid over a $30k to his crooked lawyer and used credit cards. Here's where it comes back to the divorce. He had opened the CCs jointly in his and wife's name, but without her knowledge or permission. So, after they lost in court, he goes on a bender or manic phase and comes to her office after not seeing her for almost a year, goes on a tirade against me and the courts and blah blah blah. She's a department chair at a large state university. He won't leave and is scaring the hell out of everyone, so she calls university police. He won't chill out for the cops and won't leave, so they arrest him for disturbing the peace, and he gets a 72-hour psychiatric hold. He gets 30-day sentence suspended pending anger management etc. She's had enough, files for divorce. During the divorce process, she discovers the CCs and $30k in legal fees. She says to the divorce judge, "I didn't authorize this debt. I had no idea it existed." Judge said, "Sorry, this is divorce court and I don't handle possible CC fraud. Talk to the cops." She talked to the cops who were obligated to take the report, but obviously reluctant to get involved in the middle of a divorce action, and eventually her lawyer said it was probably more trouble to fight than it was worth. So because she earns more than him, she got stuck with $20k in CC debt for a ridiculous legal action that she had no part in. And even if they'd won in court with the will contest, they'd have each ended up with $15-20k each after legal fees and paying dad's outstanding medical bills. He spent more in legal fees than he could have possibly recovered from out parents' estate. And he gets 50% of her pension when she retires. In fact, I urged her to file for divorce long before she did, specifically for this reason. The longer they're married, the more claim he'll have to the fruits of her career. Sister E, similar to Brother B's situation, estranged husband moved to Hawaii from the mountain states, specifically to make it difficult to serve divorce papers on him. They're both alcoholics, and she feels entitled to his military benefits and pension, but he's avoiding the divorce entirely because fuck you and he's dumb. The longer they're married, the greater her claim to his military pension/benefits. Oh, and my parents had to evict sister E and husband from the rental my parents owned. They trashed the place, pissed all over the carpets, etc. That's how you get cut out of the will, kid. Sister F. Not strictly speaking divorce, but similar to some of the horror stories here. She is a raging cunt from hell, easily the most scheming, manipulative, selfish, psychopathic person I've ever known. I heard this story from the boyfriend firsthand. It all happened about 6 months after the will challenge described above. A few weeks after a boyfriend broke up with her, she learned that he inherited money from a great aunt. It was a large amount of money, but not enough to buy a house or retire on. She filed for an order of protection, claiming boyfriend threatened to kill her, and listed his address as her residence. She had stayed over occasionally during their year-long relationship, but had never lived there full-time. So the cops serve him papers at work, telling him to stay away, and that he can't stay at his own house for at least a week until the preliminary hearing. Her name's not on the lease and we broke up last month, he tells the cops. You can tell your story to the judge, the cops say, but if you go there now you will get arrested. He's in shock and lawyers up, and the lawyer tells him what's probably happening. She apparently hoped he cashed the inheritance check and saved $50k cash at home and wanted to steal it in retaliation for the breakup. Boyfriend's not dumb enough to keep that much cash at home. Lawyer says you can go home with the police, escort to gather personal items. So he calls the cops and arranges an escort. In the 2 to 3 hours since he was served and talked to the lawyer, Sister F had entered his house by breaking a window, and she has torn the place apart, sofa cushions gutted, framed photos taken apart, to discover cash hidden inside. ECT.ECT.ETC. Sister E is standing in the middle of this mess, glaring at her ex-boyfriend, like he is the one who's done something wrong. She's saying to the cops that she paid for almost everything in the house and he shouldn't be allowed to take anything. The cops, trying to simply keep the peace, suggest that he just take a few changes of clothes and some toiletries. So he does that, and has to wait for a week at a relative's spare bedroom for the court hearing, not knowing if she's burning down the house. In court, she never appears, and the protection order is dismissed. He goes home, and she's done even more damage to the house, just out of hateful spite. Tore up the carpets, kicked holes in the drywall, etc. Boyfriend told me this story after calling me to ask if I knew where Sister F was living. He wanted to serve her court papers to sue for the damages to his house in the few days she lived there looking for the hidden cash stash. I had to say no, but said I'd let him know if I ever learned her whereabouts. That was, geez, 6 years ago, and I haven't seen her. My dad, asshole philanderer, faked my mom's life post-marriage, but God has served revenge on him. Backstory. Sorry for the long story, but I need to get this out. We are from India and my dad is from a village in India from a very wealthy family, but all uneducated, and was gold medalist in his eng, so got a good gov job, and was well respected in his village, and got to fuck around chicks many sheiks with promise of marriage in his youth. He is not a looker. Married my mom in an arranged marriage, where my mom's parents couldn't believe their good luck at finding such an intelligent well-settled man for their daughter, who was herself a gold medalist, and had a high-paying bank job. She met him before marriage, and got very bad, creepy vibes and told her siblings and parents, but was overruled, and basically told to marry him, and thank her stars, that she is finding someone smarter than her. Marriage trouble starts on day 1. Anyways, they get married. This was 35 years ago. He immediately forces her to leave her job and be homemaker and move to village with his parents to take care of them while he stays in city and visits once a month, all the while philandering with other women. She is unable to bear the oppressive in-laws from small village mentality, who see daughter-in-law as a 24/7 maid, and somehow, after a lot of beseech, moves to the city with him within 6 months. He makes her feel guilty for this all the time. Fast forward 2 kids, 5+ affairs caught where dad always said it is a misunderstanding. My mom goes into depression and suicide watch. Me and my brother were 14 and 10 years old kids. Finally mom's family realizes what she has been saying for years is true and dad is an asshole, and call it out on his face, and take her into their care. Dad says he will mend his ways. 2 years later mom is out of depression and we seem to be a normal family again, when dad suddenly says we have bought a new house, and will be moving there. He also sends both vehicles for repairs, and send most of the furniture and stuff, except one double bed and kitchenware into a truck to new house. Loaded truck leaves and we are waiting for him to come and pick us back. Only he never comes back home and is unreachable. Night falls, mom is panicking, calls his parents and her family and all his friends and office colleagues. No one has a clue. We found later that dad's relatives were with him all the while at the new house, whose address we were not told. Ex-party divorce. 2 days later a court notice comes, directing my mom to evict from the house. Notice says, this is from her ex-husband. She is already in shock for 2 days and now it hits us that dad left us stranded in an almost empty house without any money or basic living things in a planned manner, and now he basically wants her to be on road with kids. Forgot to mention a small detail. I'm appearing for my engineering entrance tests and school passing board exams, which is a big deal in my life. My mom didn't tell any of this to us, and said dad has sent a letter that he had to go for emergency duty out of station and we shall move to a relative's house till board exams are over. I did okay by the way, got a gold medal, like every 12 year of my school life, and got my number 2 choice college, and have a decent career since then. To cut the long story short, he had taken ex-party divorce without knowledge or consent of my mom by getting her to sign all served notices on pretext of getting medical bills signed. He had filed for a case 3 years ago, and the court had summoned mom to appear with her side of story 15+ times, and every time he had mom sign an affidavit that she can't come to court due to her mental illness and is in agreement with her husband's wishes, alimony, and damages anyways. My mom's family got her a good lawyer who got the divorce nullified. I came to know all this when I came back for one semester break from my college. My mom had become one of the toughest persons and hide all sheet from me so that my studies were not affected. She reinitiates divorce annulment process, gets it revered. When I almost graduated from my eng, I got a good job and moved my mom and brother with me, who also got admission into my first choice college, and we three became very close and decided to go after dad. We filed multiple lawsuits to get maintenance for mom and charges of adultery with proofs of past affairs from couple of those harassed ladies. He did it and came for out of court settlement. We make him name 1 3-bedroom house to mom and a decent money in her bank account to sustain life. He is from wealthy well-respected family in village, so didn't want news reaching village. After settlement I and my brother beat the shit out of him on pretext that he was threatening violence on mom. This is my most proud moment of life. Rest of his faked life we parted ways soon after, and he lives alone. Maybe some prostitutes visit him once in a while. Forward 10 years. He is caught taking a bribe in his job. Most govt employees are corrupt here in India, but never get caught. The contractor who he was harassing traps him red-handed through CBI, equivalent to M16 and FBI in India, and within no time my dad ends up in jail with forced early retirement, no pension benefits, and with multiple stress-related illnesses like BP, diabetes etc. Fuck him. After 2 years has been out on bail, but the court cases and penalties continue to be contested in courts. He has no life other than going from one court hearing to another. He is also involved in bitter court battles with his siblings to share the wealth my dead grandparents have left them. TLDR, my mom wrote a divorce decree saying my dad owed her $3 million, and he signed it because he was terrified of her, not a divorce lawyer. But watching my mother orchestrate the destruction of my dad was pretty painful. My mom was always extremely abusive toward him, think punching him in the groin, while making him say he deserved it, locking him out of the house naked, pouring hot liquids on him, spitting on him, screaming at him for hours upon hours non-stop. Toward the end of their marriage she also fell in love with some guy who didn't care for her and would go on and on about this guy to my dad and how much she was in love with him and would expect my dad to sit there and support her. Under the threat of violence he wrote things like she was allowed to see other people but he wasn't, that all the money and goods from their relationship belonged to her, that he was a bad man who abused her, etc. Over the years my mom slowly changed the names on the houses and bank accounts to hers alone. The only bank account that retained my dad's name was the one his salary went to. If you're wondering why my dad agreed to anything my mom wanted, giving up money and being severely abused, look up Stockholm Syndrome. He is a very low-key kind person, and my mom took full advantage of that. When I would beg him to document the abuse he would refuse, saying that my mom was a good person and that he wasn't going to keep records. Eventually my mom asked for a separation and kicked him out of the house. She restricted access to his bank account, moving all of the savings out. She let him take his desk, books, car and some of his clothes but nothing else, not even his passport. He moved into a little apartment and was under instructions from her that he had to ask her before purchasing anything, even something as small as a pen. He mostly listened to this, but guiltily bought 2 classmates and a printer and hid these under a pile of clothes in his closet because my mom had the key to his apartment and would go in and snoop around while he was at work. In the meantime, my mom was constructing the narrative that my dad was an abusive husband. She told all their friends, both her and his family, and some of her colleagues, that my dad used to beat her up all the time. It was all a lie. It was sick to see my mom getting support from actual battered women who confessed their stories to my mom, not realizing that she was the monster in the relationship. At the same time she was ramping up the psychological warfare on my dad, calling him repeatedly all night, following him and telling him she was going to get a gun and blow his head off. Side note, I tried finding a shelter for my dad during this time, but none of them accept men. My dad also didn't take any steps to protect himself. He convolutedly thought that protecting himself was betraying her. He would still go over to her house multiple times a week at her request to do her laundry, dishes, clean the pool, change the air filters, fix random things, do her work, etc. It was seriously messed up. After 2 years of this, my mom concocted her terms, went to a paralegal, and filed for divorce. She invited my dad into the lawyer's office on her birthday, knowing I think that he would feel more pressure not to upset her, and asked him to sign the document that he'd never seen before under what they call an amicable divorce. The spouses decide what to do without interference from the court. My dad signed it. In the intervening months, where he could have contested it, he was too scared to make my mom mad, thinking she might actually kill him or not let him leave, until he gave in. The divorce decree said this, among other things. My dad owed her $3 million, $100,000 for each year they had known each other for the pain and suffering he had inflicted upon her, that he was abusive, that everything in the house belonged to her, including gifts from their daughter, that both houses belonged to her, that all savings, stocks, money belonged to her, that she was allowed to publish anything and say anything about him, and that he was not allowed to sue her for libel. And the worst part, that my dad would need to pay her 50% of his salary for the rest of his life, including 50% of his pension and retirement. To be clear, my mom didn't need the money. She makes over $200k per year and kept all savings, 2 houses completely paid off, and literally millions in the bank that my dad made on the stock market. By comparison, my dad makes a little over $50k per year. After he signed the divorce papers, my mom drained the last bank account that they shared before end was due, so my dad literally had no money. He continued paying her half of his salary for several months until he moved, and I told him not to let her know his new address. She then sent a lawyer after him to garnish his wages for not paying 50%. My dad lawyered up, on credit cards, mind you, but refused to renegotiate the terms of the decree by asking for half of their shared assets from the marriage. This is generally what people would do, then the lawyers get a cut of the assets they win, and so then my dad wouldn't have to pay anything up front. But my dad said all he wanted was to be released from paying my mom anything more, and that he didn't want to threaten her by suing for anything else like property or assets. In the end, they settled out of court with my dad giving her everything and 2/3 of his retirement. The upside was he wouldn't have to pay her monthly. Despite working 2 jobs, he couldn't afford the lawyer fees anymore, while my mom was well equipped for a long court battle. My mom added the stipulation to the decree that she can contact him whenever she wants, but he's not allowed to communicate with her, even through a third party, even if they're daughters. My life is in danger. To this day my mom tries to get information about my dad through me, constantly looking for ways to get him. She has the audacity to complain that he cancelled his life insurance and that she was counting on that. She threatens constantly to sue him in civil court, makes up wild stories that she feeds to his friends to steer them away from him, and is generally obsessed with, in her words, destroying him. And all the while, she turns an innocent face to the rest of the world, gaining pity and sympathy for abuse she says happened to her, but which she actually inflicted on my dad. My dad really faked over my mom on multiple levels, and he didn't care if it hurt us kids. He drained their savings account and tried switching over ownership of the house to him. It was my grandma's house, and luckily that would only work if she had died, and she is still alive to this day 11 years later. Also, my mom had just got a new job and wouldn't get a paycheck until 2 weeks later, and my dad left her $11 to take care of us. After this, he told my mom he wanted to make this as friendly as possible, and that they should both hire a shared lawyer who would help make decisions for custody and how to split belongings. My mom is always early, and she arrived early and paid the lawyer her half. As they're sitting there waiting for my dad, the lawyer gets a call and finds out my dad lied and is taking my mom to court. Not only that, but he has hired the best divorce lawyer in town. My mom's lawyer wouldn't give her her money back, and she had to pay the other half that my dad was going to pay for him to represent her. My dad fought tooth and nail for 50% custody. He had the best lawyer in town. My mom's lawyer, that my dad suggested, didn't show up to court because he was in jail, so my mom was representing herself. I never even saw the inside of the courtroom. I wasn't allowed to beg the judge not to give my dad custody. He is an alcoholic and quite irresponsible. I can't tell you how many times I put lit cigarettes out as a child because my dad fell asleep in his chair with one in his hand. My dad wins 50% custody. My mom, defeated, asked my dad how they wanted to split the week, and my dad gave her a confused look. He then told her he didn't really want us kids all week, she could keep us most of the time. He just wanted to make sure he wouldn't pay child support. My mom had agreed to sign off child support at the beginning. She didn't want his money. My dad didn't believe her, so he dragged us all through hell. My mom still tried making my sister and me visit our dad, more for our sake than his. She wanted to make sure we had a relationship with him, but also to make sure we were safe. My dad eventually lost 50% custody, because one of the stipulations was he couldn't drink during his time with us. He didn't even make it half a week before getting drunk, and we were taken away from him. So all of that for nothing. Edit. Grandma, sister and I got changed to sister and me. Not a divorce lawyer, but I consider what my dad did pretty faked up. I was 3 and my sister was 7 when my dad called my mom evening to tell her he wasn't coming home from work. My mom stayed at home to raise us, so that was pretty tough. My dad took my mom to court several times a year until I was about 12, trying to fight for custody. His defense was that my mom's anxiety, which she had been hospitalized for before children, made her mentally unfit to raise my sister and I. When my mom was granted the majority of custody, he tried to get out of paying child support. Well, obviously that didn't work, because my dad was starting a career as a lawyer. Meanwhile, my mom made minimum wage working for a daycare. At one point he declared bankruptcy, not realizing it would not excuse him from his child support payments. But still, he very rarely paid child support, so eventually my mom had to take him to court because she couldn't afford to feed us. When the judge ordered he had 60 days to pay X amount of money or he could face jail time, he fled to Chile to get out of it. I was about 13 at this point. Eventually my dad came back to Canada and he hasn't really been a part of mine or my sister's life since then for obvious reasons. I'm now in university, as is my sister, and he recently contacted my mom, basically asking if he can stop paying support and his debts to her could be forgiven. While my mom makes more than minimum wage now, she still has 2 kids in school and tens of thousands of dollars in debt because of the amount of times my dad took her to court. He must have got the message there's no way out of this, because since then he's been making mostly regular payments. The silver lining in all of this is that, because of the $100,000 plus debt he's racked up, he'll basically be paying for the rest of his life. Not a lawyer, but 5 years into my ex-wives and my marriage, I bought a new house with money I got from an inheritance. We had never signed a prenup, so I kind of made my own. I had her sign a bunch of fake paperwork that made her think it was going to be in our names, only I got the copies she signed, and they went straight into the trash. After only 5 years, there were too many signs that told me the marriage wouldn't last. Anyway, about 4+ years later, and we already had one beautiful daughter together, she came home one day announcing she was pregnant and wanted my permission to go have a girls' night out to announce the joyous news to her friends. Unfortunately, because I can math and she can't, she was also unknowingly admitting to having an affair because the due date didn't match up at all with the last time we had sex. Long nasty divorce followed, and I actually ended up with primary custody of our daughter and child support from her to me. The only card she had left, and was depending on, was getting half of the worth of the house, which had gone up from just over $100K to about $230K. I told my lawyer that I had no idea what she was talking about. Her name wasn't on a single page of the deed, any of the closing documents, just nada. Her lawyer asked me via my lawyer what happened to her name being on the deed, and all I could suppose was that she got our Comcast or electric bill mixed up with that, but that I made sure 5+ years prior that she had no claim to half of the house I bought with an inheritance to me. The judge gave her a chance to come up with anything, but the fact that she didn't even attend the closing left her out in the cold. Judge gave her 45 days to completely move out. She couldn't even get that right, so the furniture/TV she left automatically became mine as well. So she got no daughter, pays me child support, now lives in a shitty 1-bedroom apartment, and her boss, that she was having the whole big affair with, was killed in a car crash about 5 months later. Though he was married with kids and never gave her a dime to begin with, He only signed the birth certificate of the boy she had. Maybe if she wasn't an absolute horror of a mother and wife those last 4 years, karma wouldn't have bitten her in half like it did. I know, but I read most of these comments and feel maybe putting together my whole story in one comment, as I've had most of these things done to me at some point. So here's list of things. Initially filed and tried to have it come off as abandonment, so she would default get all the assets and custody. When that did not work, she put down our Great Dane, less than 2 years old. When that did not work, our house was broken into and somehow only my things were stolen. This was not reported to the police until I asked for access to the residence to get my things back. When that did not work, the abuse allegations of myself and my family began. Apparently, my mom, who had been serving as child/daycare since my daughter was born, was sexually abusing her as well as me. When that did not work, she slept with my best friend and got pregnant and tried claiming to the court that it was mine. When that did not work, she refused discovery and tried to take advantage of mine to demand that I pay child support double what the state required, lifetime alimony that happened to cover the house payment, and her attorney's fees all backdated 18 months, so I'd end up a couple $100,000 in arrears. When that did not work, she tried moving far enough away to force a decision of full custody with just a few days before school started. My daughter was registered as if she did not have a father. When I learned of this, it took multiple threats from my own attorney to even get access to the records. When that did not work, she demanded a custody evaluation and psych eval that included my extended family, some of whom had never even met my daughter. This apparently was at my cost to pay despite her requesting it. Police were called to my house on an almost daily basis over some accusation. This went on for a few years until she finally got painted into a corner. She got the house, 50/50 custody, no child support ordered, no alimony, etc. Post divorce, tried to make false complaints multiple times to my hours in order to get me fired. Intentionally got rid of the flood rider and allowed the house to get flood damaged and started balking on payments. She forced a short sale and attempted to leave me paying the remaining balance. I've apparently rapped her more than once despite proof showing I wasn't anywhere near her. Multiple attempts to create Amber Alerts against me. I started getting anonymous videos of my stuff being burned and sold. She and her friends consistently follow me around in public places filming my every move. I'm consistently having DR's offices questioning me in front of my daughter of not caring appropriately with her medical needs. There's so much more I could list, but you can imagine from here. Not a divorce lawyer, but the child of the parents going through the divorce. My dad never worked the entire time I was growing up. He was lazy and had no interest in watching us, so instead of being a stay-at-home dad, me and my brother would be babysat and spend every night after school with other families till mom got off work. My mom worked her ass off to be the best mom to us and pay the bills. He never really cared. He tried to say she was unfit and took her to court for custody because he wanted child support money so he could continue to be a deadbeat. My mom wanted to do it fairly. She would give him our 2 cottages and she would keep the house. Everything else 50/50. My dad realized he couldn't keep doing nothing all day and being a deadbeat without more money. He took her to court for 7 to 8 years. During this time he was emotionally, financially, physically abusive to us and our mom. I can't list all the awful things he has done. There is way too many, so here's a couple to give you an idea. He abused our dog and eventually gave him away to try and hurt us. He constantly lied to us, insulted us, and disowned us when we didn't do what he wanted. He installed a tracker in my phone and computer so he could look through their cameras and see what I was doing. He would use this to send creepy messages to me about how he was godlike and could see everything and was stalking me to make me scared. I was going through puberty at the time, and as a girl I know there were things that were very wrong for a father to be looking at that he was seeing through this method. The silver lining is in trying to ruin his family's lives, he ruined his own. He lost his sports car, the cottages, the house, all the money they had saved. Everything he had pretty much went to lawyer fees. Serves him right. Not a lawyer, but divorced. Point didn't have much when I was married. Ex-husband was a real piece of work, manipulative, insanely jealous, emotionally abusive bordering on physical abuse near the end. I was secluded, not allowed to have friends or see family, etc. I felt like a prisoner. I left a few times. He always convinced me to come back. The last time I grew a spine and only agreed if it were on my terms. I got an apartment in my name and a shitty fast food job, one of the first I was allowed to have. I paid all the bills, bought all the groceries, IDKWTF he did with his money, but I didn't see a dime of it. He got fired because he didn't want to work and instead kept calling in so he could stay home and play WoW. I finally kicked him out. The divorce was quick. We had no kids. He had made sure I wasn't attached to his car, so I couldn't try to get anything, and I wanted complete severance, so I didn't even ask for alimony. I just wanted him out of my life. The day after I got my final paperwork, I was served with new papers. I was being sued for my desktop computer by his mother. They lied and said she had let me borrow it, and blah blah blah. It doesn't seem like much, but the PC was all I had at the time, and I couldn't afford to replace it. So as a final fuck you, he stole my computer with the help of the court system. Last I heard he was on meth, though, so fuck him. And I was able to go to college like it always wanted, but he wouldn't let me. So fuck him. And now that PC is an ancient faking paperweight. Late to this sad party, and not a lawyer, but my husband's mother. She got married, had her son, and divorced the father when my husband was a year old. A little context: this was the early 80s and father's rights at that time were almost non-existent. So after the divorce she packs up her 18-month-old son and sends him to Barbados to live with his 85-year-old great-aunts. Never sees his father. At the age of 12 he comes back to the States, and instead of living with his mother she sends him to live with his grandfather and step-grandmother who have children his age. Lives with them until he married his first wife. Fast forward 15 years and we are helping his mother move, and we find all these copies of child support checks that were sent to his mother. We ask his grandparents if she ever sent money to his aunts or grandfather and they say absolutely not. Not one penny. In fact, his step-grandmother tells him that just after his mother sent him to live in Barbados, his mother asked to borrow one of her sons, who was a year younger than my husband, because social services was doing a home visit and she did not want to lose her benefits that she had been receiving for him, even though she no longer lived with him. Sad thing is, by the time my husband finally worked up the courage to call his father, whom his mother said was a violent alcoholic, which was at 18, his father answered and said, "I don't have a son by that name." His father died a year later, and he had zero memories of him. Not a lawyer, but I wanted to tell the tale of my older brother's ex-wife. So he was in the Navy, she was a dependopotamus. He basically got sick of all of it and found out she was up to no good while he was gone. So he wanted a divorce. They had a baby girl at the time. It was his, and he loved her. So here is where it gets real facky. In the middle of the separation, she gets cancer. I think she was 28 at the time, and this cancer was PCP, snorting pissed off cancer. He decides to not divorce so that she can stay on his health insurance and get treated. Unfortunately the cancer won, and she passed away. At this time he had normal hours at the base, instead of being on a sub. Not bad, right? Well, her parents took my brother to court to try to get custody of his daughter. She came from money, married into Navy, so she could continue to never have to work, and those old bastards of parents drew out the case until my brother couldn't afford to be represented anymore. He drained his entire savings trying to keep his daughter. Not only did the parents get his daughter, still blows my mind, but they also got the judge to make my brother pay child support. They blamed him for their daughter's death for some reason. If he had been heartless and divorced her while his wife was alive, he may have been able to keep custody, or at least shared custody. Now he has remarried to someone that isn't terrible, has an awesome son and a new daughter. First For those wanting to know about divorce in today's age, go watch Divorce Corp on Amazon. This includes the attorneys. Ironically, Op suggests that divorce lawyers are somewhat innocent bystanders, when in reality they can contribute just as much to the anger and hatred a spouse might have for the other spouse, and they help contribute to the custody tricks, and often suggest using false DVs and supervised visitations to further the money train and inflict more pain on all parties. It truly is disgusting, and I wish there was a solution or a way to hold counsel accountable for these dirty tactics. That said, if you have someone who breaks from the system and challenges the court, then it's like watching God work right in front of you. This is my attorney. He fought so hard, nearly held in contempt for trying to make a record in court one day. So many backroom deals, could have sold me out, but he did not budge or waver. He showed me what was worth fighting for, and also what to accept and move on from. Point all of these stories, right or wrong, break my heart. I've learned a few things in 4 years of divorce court, countless hours in hearings and negotiations, plus a 9-day custody trial. It takes 2 to get married and 1 to get divorced. Even when I had good days in court and won a few arguments, in fact I won everything I asked for during trial, it never relieved me of the guilt, shame or anguish of losing a marriage in the family unit. I love being married. I think it is the greatest gift on earth, and I want to get married again. Hatred never wins, and I've had to focus on love, kindness, and helping others in order to move on. Nobody fucks over anyone. We can all learn from every experience, and sometimes the biggest challenges teach us the most. I read an amazing story from somewhere, don't know if it's true, but it's a great story. A man and his wife start a business centered around the husband's photography and editing skills. The wife did a lot of the accounting and set up the appointments, etc. She put a considerable amount of time and energy in their business to help the man's talent thrive, and they were very successful. One day the wife is caught cheating, and they inevitably file for divorce. The woman wanted like 80% of the profit income from the business, sent to her new place in another state for the next 15 years or something like that. They had no children. She was just trying to totally screw the guy of his profits, because she played such a big role in the startup company, and the courts often favored the women in divorce. The man's lawyer advised him that the chances of him successfully disputing what she wanted in front of the judge were slim. But the man was confident and told the lawyer he had it under control and proceeded to court anyway. The woman paid for the best lawyer in the state and even already signed over the house to her husband, so negations for that were off the table. Comes the day in court, the woman's lawyer states the case smugly, raising the shares to 85%, making it virtually impossible for the guy to make any kind of money to live. When they were all done with their piece, the man stood and looked the judge in the eye and said, "She cannot have 85% of the company, she can have all of it." He would quit, and the entire franchise would be solely hers. The judge agreed this was fair and ruled it over to the woman. But without the man's photography and editing skills, there was no business and the woman would be broke. Her and her lawyer were livid. Guys walks away and starts up a new business in a new name by himself, and when the old business went under, he got all his previous clients to switch over to his new place of operation. New accountant was cute too. I'm not a divorce lawyer, but I've seen parents fuck each other over at the pharmacy during the process. First time was a mom who would fill her 2 kids' stuff early constantly. It started out that she would just pick it up right on time. Like if the doctor called something in, she would be there to pick it up within 30 minutes and want to know who had called to have it filled. Then she started getting everything filled early. Even if she had to pay a couple $100 in cash, she would get it filled early. Then one day the dad came in with a prescription for one of the kids' inhalers. He filled it and paid cash and went in his way. Then the mom called wanting to know what we had filled and why and who had called to fill it. We told her it was the dad, and she said, okay, and hung up. It turned out they were in the middle of a custody fight over the 2 kids. The mom was filling all the prescriptions, not letting the kids take them to the dad's place, and then telling judge that he never had their inhalers, and so it wasn't safe for him to have custody. The second was a single mom whose kid was on this really expensive anti-rejection medicine that cost about $10,000 a month. They were on Medicaid to cover this stuff and had gone through all of the paperwork to get it paid for because it was literally the only thing that worked for him. There were a whole bunch of hoops we had to jump through every month to fill it, but they were really nice, so we didn't mind. Then one month Medicaid rejected the prescription saying that the kid had other primary coverage. We called the mom, and she said no, nothing had changed. It turned out that the father, who didn't have custody and didn't even live in the same state, had managed to put the kid on his health insurance. His plan, by the way, didn't cover the medication. She ended up having to get the police involved to track him down and stop interfering with the kid's healthcare. Mom and dad split when I was 10, but they haven't gotten officially divorced yet. I had brain cancer growing up, so times were tough. My dad is the most irresponsible person you'll ever meet, especially with money. So he moves out, and my mom becomes a single mother. She asks for help, but he can never really afford it, so after about 5 years of not paying much child support, my mom decides to go to court to get him to pay. We were eating from the food bank at this point. Finally he is ordered to pay by a judge, and he still doesn't, so they start garnishing his wages off his paychecks. He was working up north on oil rigs making $100,000 a year, and he still couldn't come up with payments. So they suspend his license, and at this point he's paying $900 a month in child support. So this goes on for a few years, while my mom keeps paying off the house she owns, so we don't become homeless, and supporting me, sometimes working 3 jobs at a time. After all the medical stuff is settled with me, my dad decides he shouldn't have to pay child support anymore, even though at this point I'm attending college, and he's still really behind on child support payments from the years that he didn't pay. But he gets a good lawyer. Real good. He hasn't filed his taxes in 6 years at this point, but they waive that and somehow come up with a budget that says he needs $5,000 a month for clothes. What the fuck? Clothes? Anyways, the judge goes along with it and is like, okay, you don't have to pay anymore, and we'll drop the $15,000 you owe in back pay as well. So my mom is sitting there, crying, like, what the hell is she going to do now without that extra money a month? She had me when she was 19 and never went to college, so she doesn't make much money. She's managed to pay off the house completely all by herself though. So it's been a few years now since that happened, and I still live in her house. I rent it from her with my boyfriend, and we are talking about buying it, and my dad, who's lived in a completely different state, for 5 years now, hears about it, and his girlfriend decides, hey, let's get you officially divorced from your ex, and then she legally has to pay you 50% of what the house is worth. So now not only do I have to up and move from this house I live in, but my mom's is getting royally faked once again and has to sell this place to pay my dad 50% of a house she paid 100% for with her own hard-earned cash. This guy has never given me support. The times when he had to drive me to the children's hospital for my brain scans, he couldn't even afford gas, so my mom had to pay everything. Never paid a dime for my college. I had to work my ass off to afford that. My mom paid half. He's such a piece of shit that he's now ruining my partners and my life too. I hope my mom is able to get a good lawyer, because she has paperwork proving that my dad only contributed $2,500 to this house. He doesn't even deserve that. My now husband had a shitty divorce from his ex. She cheated on him multiple times when he was overseas, had a kid with him without discussing her decision to get off birth control, cheated more, and spent all his money so everything was repossessed when he got home. Well, luckily, she faked herself over by not showing up to custody court because she didn't want to take a drug test. Judge assumes she was dodging the drug test and gives my husband full custody, and she got supervised visits. By the time she got back into court and they discussed custody again, the kid had been living with his dad, and later, me, for 4 years. The time delay was because she refused to sign absolutely anything. So when she refused to sign the final court document, the judge signed for her, meaning we got full custody, she got visitation, and we got 0 geographical restrictions. It's okay. The only thing she really fought for was the furniture in the house, which she now pays for storage for. We moved somewhere the kid's asthma is minimal, and somewhere he could get away from the gangster life. Manipulative and borderline Munchausen's by proxy wouldn't affect his life. and the crime, and the chilly coldness his entire mom's side of the family treats him with. And we get child support, even though it's minimal, and she rarely pays. I wouldn't change it for the world, but my husband obviously wishes things would have been different. Dad just got married for his 6th time. His last one almost got him. However, thanks to being a veteran of dropping it like it's hot, he has dodged a few bullets. He has a high quality divorce attorney on retainer at all times and pretty much has a form prenup for himself. This lady was quite manipulative and got him to essentially disassociate himself with his kids. She knew we are the only ones who truly had his best interest at the end of the day. She was a nurse and a guardian of hospice clients. Lady had a judge sign a Marchman Act against my dad saying he was a drug addict. False. And he could no longer care for himself. Guy was then sent to a involuntary clinic for observation. She then tried to rally his family around and forcefully put him through rehab. He didn't want to go, and we didn't think the whole process was valid nor necessary. He is then released. She picks him up, and they are supposed to go on vacation the next week for their anniversary. Next week rolls around, and she says she will not be going, and they should take a break. She moves out, and asks for her moving allowance for separation per the terms of the prenup, which is $25 quarter. Dad calls his attorney, and says she can't be serious. The attorney, knowing my father very well at this point, said he need not to worry as that clause doesn't start until after 1 year of marriage. Being 12 days before their anniversary, instead of a check she was served divorce papers. She walked away with nothing, having to pay her attorney's fees and moving expenses. Had she got us to get him admitted into rehab, she would have bought herself enough time to see a windfall of money and control over his estate. I'm not a divorce lawyer, but damn, I got faked over. Warning, long, my son's mom and the judge. The one just wants to hurt me using my innocent son, and the other will believe anything my ex says, simply because they have genitals in common. My son was born with peanut, walnut, hazelnut and shellfish allergies as well as asthma. My son was 4 going on 5, and my ex had gotten into the habit against my son's best interest, because of his asthma, upon exchange with me, would douse my little son with perfume. The cheap kind. This required me to take him straight home for a bath to remove impregnated scent. This one particular night, he's in the bath, playing with his toys and looks at me. He says, "Daddy, can you call mom's boyfriend name here?" This is immediately odd as I do not have any kind of verbal contact with even his mom, and I ask him why. He responds, "So you can as boyfriend to not punch me or slap my pee when I shower with him." WTF. Why the fuck is your mom allowing, or, on his own, a strange man having another man's 4/5-year-old son in the shower with him? Even if it was okay with her, and God knows why any mom would allow this, unless the father is 100% absent, and this child has grown with this dad as his/her own, since infancy to 1-year-old in my opinion. I digress. I immediately turn on the audio record on my phone, and start asking my son questions. I need to verify that I heard what I heard and then find another way to verify. I asked him if he did/did not take showers with a boyfriend, to which he answered yes. Other verifications were gotten. The next day, Monday, I take my son to the pediatrician and I explain the situation to her. She and my son had a rapport. He had seen her I think 3/4 times. One of the questions she asked my son was that if he fell back or stood when boyfriend punched his chest, to which he answered he sometimes fell. She then checked the back of his head and found a small contusion and half-healed little cut. She contacted CPS and put in the orders, "Do not release the child to the mother until cleared by CPS and/or police." I didn't give him back as the order stated. Monday, I have a writ of attachment from a constable at my door demanding my son, or I'm looking at kidnapping. I reluctantly relinquished my son as I could not defend him from inside jail. I also had to appear at family court in 2 days to explain myself. 2 days later, I'm trying to defend myself, but I have the doctor that examined my son there, and I have her mother as my witness about her bad moral character. In the end, I was placed on supervised visitation for causing trouble. Per the judge, my son is now 7 and calls her boyfriend dad because using my limited access to my son they both told my son to start calling him dad. If I try to correct him that I'm his dad during my 1 hour visit, they will scold me. I almost lost my visitations for trying to defend my namesake. I just had my first community visit with him 1 weekend ago at a mall with a supervisor there at a cost of $45 per hour with a 2-hour minimum. But to finally see my son outside the dimly lit courtroom after 3 years into the natural light of mall was worth the $100 hands down. I finally got to see how deep his freckles are. Late, but here it is. Wasn't married but had 3 kids together. Was told while out of town working that it was over. Had just moved after taking a loan out of my 401k and never got a key made for me. Came home to all my clothes in garbage bags on the front lawn. Found out about 2 weeks later she was sleeping with her ex, among others, but don't care. She settled on the next sucker she could find, and within 6 months, after kicking me out, decided that she would file a restraining order against me. Didn't make any sense, because regardless of how much it hurt that it was over, it just made child visitation harder. Married her new man and all was as well as can be expected, until I met my now wife. After 3 visits from the police, she finally decided to get a lawyer to really try to wreck my marriage. Claimed the kids had been sleeping with my teenage stepson. I took my 2 sons and my stepson camping, and we all slept in the same tent. Had to pay for a gal, which caused hardship on my bills, and of course my wife was very concerned about her son being labeled a sex offender due to allegations. Gal found nothing, and the report basically said that we both needed to get over the past and do what's right for the kids. She divorced her hubby and basically took his house. She was cheating on him, and I think he just cut and ran and said fuck it. Everything was okay until their divorce was finalized and she had to find a new sucker to pay her house payment. I've always paid child support because when I was first assessed I had the court order faxed to my company's payroll department so they could auto deduct it from my paycheck. Now she wants $1,000 a month. And she will get it too. My ex doesn't keep a full-time job and is nothing more than a very expensive babysitter who lives in a subdivision less than 5 years old in a house less than 4 years old, while I live in the ghetto barely making ends meet. To all of you out there going through something similar, I give this advice: don't give up. It sucks and you will always be painted as the bad guy or deadbeat dad, but keep seeing your kids and keep fighting. It won't have much reward, but it's just the right thing to do. Not a divorce lawyer, but my parents went through a nasty divorce. Huge income disparity between my mom and dad. My dad separated from my mom first. He promised her he would eventually move with her once he's got everything together, like selling the house, finding the job, etc. He didn't say this in writing, but we had nothing to suspect, to be honest. She ends up moving to another state for work. Cue waiting period. She ends up being mailed divorce papers and makes significantly less than my dad, enough for us to qualify as a low-income household. Her mother ends up dying after being sent these divorce papers, so she's at a complete strain in her life. It was even worse since I was just a kid and I had absolutely no idea how to find a way to fix this for her. She couldn't afford to see a lawyer at all through this mess, so in order to be represented in court during a divorce hearing, you have to be present at that state with a lawyer. My mom's already poor, and she can't afford a good lawyer, and better yet she's not in the same faking state as my dad where the court proceedings are. I firmly believe that my absolute cunt of a father, who's been divorced twice before this, planned this from start to finish. He'd move her to another state far away from where he lives, so she can't afford to go back and represent herself, because he knew he had high stakes to lose. My mom did a lot of shit for the bastard for the 12 years she married him, for that entitled her to more than what she got from the proceedings, but he was experienced in divorce and she wasn't, so nothing worked in her favor. Not a lawyer, wasn't even there. Just heard the story from everyone. My wife was married before. He was a return missionary, did service in Utah for the Mormon church. Family was very religious and close. My wife, on the other hand, lived a very different life. Grew up in poverty, abused by her sister who was her legal guardian, was sexually abused by her father, starved and beaten by her sister, and her mom died when she was 7. He was apparently a really great guy before they got married. Afterwards it was all hell. He excluded her from all her friends, wouldn't even let her make friends within the church. The only people allowed to the house was his family, and when the church began to notice signs of abuse and asked if they could come over for a lesson, he moved her to a small town in the middle of nowhere. She wasn't allowed to work, so she didn't have any money. He bought new shoes for the neighbor kids and ordered pizza for himself only. She had to learn to make her own period pads. She eventually had a daughter and the abuse got worse. She got very sick, and he used it to manipulate and abuse her. There was so much yelling and crying and screaming that someone called Child Health Services. They told her that if she didn't leave the home, that they would have to take her daughter away for protection. She left and was tracked down by his police officer dad and charged with kidnapping. They went to court for the divorce, and he made her a deal. She got to keep her daughter. He didn't have to pay child support. All the assets and all the bank accounts were his, but she had to take half the debt back paid as rent. If she didn't agree, he would go for full custody. Child of a divorce. Parents had a wonderful loving relationship. My dad was in the military and my mom was a dental assistant. 9 to 11 happens, and my dad gets deployed 4 times. Over the years that he was gone, we saw him a total of about 2 months. He was gone at least 8 years. During that time, he can barely talk to us. He finally comes back, and my mom wants a divorce a few months later because he's a completely different person. He starts being verbally abusive towards me and my mom, and even a little physically abusive with me. During the divorce, my mom practically begged me to stay with my dad because he was keeping the house and she was having to leave, and he was threatening to make her pay child support if she had even partial custody. At this point, it should be noted that my dad made about 2/3 times what my mom did. So I stayed with my dad. Later found out he drained all my savings accounts my grandma, mom's mom, had set up for me, and threatened to take everything from my mom and have her deported. She's now a US citizen if she didn't have me stay with him. I didn't want to, but she asked me to. Long story short, my dad is still a sheetbag to this day and talks so much trash about my mom, while my mom is happily living with her new husband. Yay mom. Not a divorce lawyer, but this one happened pretty close to home, literally, and affected me semi-personally. I grew up in a fairly affluent neighborhood. My next door neighbor, B, was my high school cross-country coach. Really nice guy, had a stay-at-home wife and kid with special needs. Sometime after I graduated high school and went off to college, B becomes principal of my former HS, then goes on to become a lawyer. A few years later, my fiancé and I decide it's time to buy a house, and it just so happens that B is selling his house. My fiancé and I think, great, his house looks perfect and is next door to my parents. This will come in handy when we have kids. Well, things were not meant to be. On the day we were supposed to see the house, our realtor calls and cancels the showing. Apparently, the night before, someone had busted into B's house and shot him twice in the chest. He died in the hospital. As it turns out, B was representing a woman who was divorcing her husband. The husband had actually shot his wife a few hours before, leaving her body in a burning apartment, and drove across town and shot B. His wife was in bed at the time. The husband then drove out to the fields and shot himself. Needless to say, we didn't buy the house, but instead bought one down the street. It's really sad, because B and his wife had been trying to sell that house for years, and we were probably the first interested buyers in a while. Without him, she's been having a rough time supporting their child, and also still haven't been able to sell the house. We represented a wife in a divorce. They had 2 young girls and the husband had cheated on the wife. Making it worse, the husband had introduced the daughters to his mistress before the wife knew about her, which, obviously, really hurt the wife. This kid didn't have a lot of money. They worked out parenting and division of assets in mediation, except for the proceeds of sale from their family home. It was only about $100,000. The husband wanted a 50/50 split, but the wife wanted a 70/30 split in her favor as compensation for the mental anguish caused by his affair. Where I live, mental anguish is not a legit claim for uneven division of money in a divorce, but there are different reasons to claim it, all of which can be complicated to prove. The wife dragged the case out for 16 months, culminating in a 5-day trial. The husband ended up getting rid of his lawyer, so he was a self-rep, but the wife continued to retain our firm throughout. Basically, the difference in $ she wanted vs what he wanted was $20,000. She was successful at trial and was given a 65/35 split, which meant she got $15,000 more from the proceeds of sale than he did. However, her legal costs at the end of it was $30,000, so she only pocketed $25,000. Half of what she would have pocketed had she just accepted his 50/50 split, and $10,000 less than what he pocketed after the trial. Obligatory not a lawyer, but I worked at legal aid in high school, and this case convinced me never to be a lawyer. Newly minted British doctor has an arranged marriage to a man in the US at the urging of her traditional Indian parents. Soon after the wedding, she discovers the financial situation is not what was represented. He's dead broke and supporting and living with his parents, brother and uncle. Brother and uncle are in the country illegally, so they can't work. She has to go to work immediately to put food on the table, but the certification is different in the US and she would need to spend 6+ months getting recertified. She ends up taking a minimum wage job in her field. Meanwhile, new mill has dictated that she is responsible for all cooking and housework. At the end of her workday, she comes home and cooks and cleans for these 5 people who've done little to nothing all day. The work is always below Mill's standard, so Mill applies mild physical and verbal abuse, slapping and pinching. At some point, husband also begins slapping her around. The abuse escalates such that she has small bruises most of the time, but they don't show much because she's dark-skinned. She gets pregnant and around the 6-month mark realizes the situation is nuts and she doesn't want to bring her baby daughter into it. Dad has made several awful comments about daughter as well, so aside from her physical safety, she is fearful of her daughter's future. She leaves the state and has the daughter. About 10 months later, she decides to get her life in order, get a divorce and get certified. She files for a divorce without a lawyer, and now husband, who has never lifted a finger to look for his missing daughter, decides he needs custody. Client is panicked because this guy's going to stalk her if he has even an inkling of where she is. He does. She gets a VPO, but courts won't grant her full custody because he hasn't been shown to be a danger to the child. Mill is the new intermediary, which means more stalking and harassment from her and other family members. Case is winding its way through court. There were jurisdiction issues, which is how we got involved. Also made everything 12x more complex, and we are telling her we understand that he's using daughter to control/stalk/scare her, but that the courts won't revoke his custody unless something else happens, like he harms daughter. One day we are supposed to meet to discuss the jurisdiction. We have something pending before the judge the next day, and she just doesn't show. We've known her for months and it's super uncharacteristic. We call her phone, no answer, so we call her work. They haven't seen her in days. No goodbye, no nothing. She's just gone. We speculated and hoped that she fled the country with her baby. Unfortunately, that makes her guilty of kidnapping, and she can never use her degree/really lead a normal life. International kidnapping is bad times. This guy didn't give a shit about his kid. He was just embarrassed his wife left, or whatever, and used the kid to try to control her and scare her. She literally felt that kidnapping the baby was her best chance out. It's, of course, possible that he killed her and the baby, but based on the circumstances, the police never investigated that scenario. Not a divorce lawyer, but this happened to my neighbor. She was from a quite wealthy family and had bought the house they had lived in. He was a self-employed tax consultant. We live in a rather small village, a little outside of a big city, so he didn't have many clients, but it was enough to provide for his wife and the 3 kids. She was neither working much nor very interested in raising the kids, so on a normal day, he would get up early and get the kids ready for school. Then he would be in the office until afternoon, when the kids came home, spent time with them until they went to bed, then worked a couple hours more before he went to bed late at night. He and his wife obviously did not have the best marriage, so at some point, she filed for divorce. The house was hers anyways, and since he had been the sole provider, she ended up getting a lot of alimony. Because he had literally nothing, the court found that he was not able to provide for his kids, so in the end the wife ended up with sole custody. Of course, He had some financial troubles, but what really faked him over was losing custody for his kids. He had sacrificed his whole life for them and had been an amazing dad, but suddenly they were just gone. The mother moved away with them, and since he had to sell his car to pay alimony, he had almost no chance seeing them anymore. 3 or 4 months later I met him in the streets. I almost didn't recognize him anymore. The pain had eaten him up, and he had aged 20 years. All the financial facovers aside, this woman has completely destroyed her ex-husband. My half-sister got faked over by her ex-husband, but she kind of deserved it. The husband was an extremely wealthy doctor and she didn't work. After 3 kids, he had a meltdown and yelled that he never wanted any kids and she forced him to have them, and things fell apart from there. He was a real piece of shit, but she wasn't a whole lot better. In the divorce proceedings, she basically asked for everything she could possibly get, including something like $50,000 a month for her own expenses, all the most expensive cars they had, and full custody of the kids. He wasn't having that, so while everything was going on, he basically stopped seeing patients. His income dropped to almost nothing, so when it came time to calculate how much he needed to pay, she wouldn't get much. That combined with the fact that the judge was disgusted with the excessive amount of money she asked for meant that she walked away with almost nothing. Her greed backfired on her spectacularly. To make matters worse, he refused to let her have full custody of the kids, despite the fact that he openly said he never wanted them. He was awarded partial custody and as such, was not allowed to move more than a certain distance away from him. They were in Colorado and she wanted to move back to New York. She really got screwed over, of course. Maybe her trying to screw him over in the beginning stemmed from her mother bleeding our father dry when they got divorced, leaving him with nothing and constantly taking him back to court while she turned her daughters against him and wanted money to buy more televisions and fancy cars. My best friend's father got hit pretty hard back when he, friend, was about 5, youngest of 6 kids. His dad had started a company that had something to do with computer networking. This required him to be gone pretty often, spending upwards of 2 months at a time in another state. The company was successful, earning him upwards of $300,000 a year. Because of some tax incentive to have female CEOs, he named his wife for that role. She did nothing but hold the title. Now, of course, most of the take-home money was being sent back home to take care of the kids, house, etc. He also had several credit lines and a separate bank account to hold all the tax money for the company for when the eyes rolled around. Long story short, she spent it all while being a neglectful mother and a cheating alcoholic. Maximumed out all the credit lines, etc. Filed for divorce. While he was away. He ended up with a shell of a business that couldn't sustain itself and had no money left for taxes. This made the eyes come after him for something like $80,000. He immediately moved back home and got shafted in the divorce as an absentee abusive husband. He scraped together what little he had left for a decent lawyer for the custody hearing. The judge they got, luck of the draw, was one of those father is guilty until proven innocent ones, and his lawyer told him he had almost no chance. Fortunately, he was able to get custody, but only after bringing no less than a dozen friends, neighbors, and family members to independently testify to her neglectful parenting style, leave the kids in the car, to go for a drunken cheap hotel extravaganza, and her alcoholism. Even then, he barely got it. Never in his own business again, but was able to get a decent job to help him pay off the 6 figures of debt she left him with over the next decade. Also worked out a payment plan with the eyes. She will never remember any of these events to this day. Now that she's a proud, remarried grandma and a devout Christian, which she claimed to be back then. People suck. Kind of a log story, but I never knew my dad until I was 12, when my mom set up counseling sessions to prepare me to meet him. After I met him and became a little more comfortable with him, after a while he would pick me up from school on Wednesdays and I'd spend every other weekend with him. It was really great because I went from having no dad and always being curious what my father was actually like to having a dad all of a sudden. At the time he lived with his girlfriend, and about a year of our relationship they broke up and he moved in with his parents. One day he didn't pick me up from school, causing a panic with the school trying to get a hold of my mom. I called him, no answer. I called my grandparents who he lived with. My grandma would answer and tell me she'd have him call me. This went on for 2 months. She always told me she'd have him call me. Anyway, fast forward to now. I'm a college student, and my dad legally in the state of Indiana has to pay for half of my college expenses. He also owes my mom over $30,000 in child support, so my mom took him to court for these things, and his argument for why he shouldn't have to help pay for my college is that he's always wanted a relationship with me, but I and my mom never allowed him to. So far we've had 2 court meetings so far, and we even tried to settle for only $15,000 he owes my mother in child support and $4,000 a year. Just a big smack in the face with the lie he was using to getting out of helping, and the fact that it could work. The only hope I have of proving him wrong are old phone records, but that has to be court ordered, since it was longer than 2 years ago. My ex did this to me. A few months before we separated, we had purchased a car, a Lexus RX 330 to be exact. It was the nicest car I had ever owned. My name was primary on the financing, because I had better credit and greater income. My ex never drove it, because he drove our Infiniti i35, which was the car he actually preferred. So we have a horrendous few months after purchasing the Lexus, and separated and eventually filed for divorce. This process took about 5 months. It was sped up because a divorce was part of a hearing. We had to finalize my restraining order against him for domestic violence. A month after the divorce was final, he contacted me to borrow the Lexus to move some furniture he claimed he had purchased for our little boy. I agreed. We traded cars, and the day came to trade back, and he says no, he is not going to give me back the Lexus. Not only that, but unbeknownst to me, he had gone to the court and claimed that our vehicles were incorrectly assigned to the wrong party, but that we had switched them now, and he wanted the paperwork to reflect that. So the copy of the decree with the court now indicated that I was to have the Infiniti and he was to have the Lexus. Payments on the Infiniti were twice the amount of the Lexus payments, and it needed brakes and engine work. It cost more to insure and was an older vehicle, plus I hated it. He still has the Lexus. I traded the Infiniti and got another SUV, but that cost me $12,000 to do so. My buddy's ex had a real rough time of it. Names are fake. My buddy, Adam, was dating this girl, Beatrice, a few years back. Beatrice was divorced and had a 5-year-old kid, Caitlin, with her ex-husband, David. All the adults involved were in their early 30s, so that wasn't unusual. Beatrice had majority custody of Caitlin. This little girl was her world. I actually didn't much like hanging out with Adam and Beatrice while they were together, because our previously all adult gatherings had an elementary school kid present when she was around. The reason that Beatrice and David had gotten divorced was because David had cheated on her with another woman, Estelle. Caitlin is basically the reason that Beatrice doesn't consider her marriage with David a complete failure. She loves her daughter with all her heart, no matter how flawed her relationship with the girl's father is. She put her differences with David aside for the sake of being a good parent. David and Estelle were now married, living on the far side of town, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They got Caitlin every other weekend. A few months into Adam and Beatrice's relationship, David announced to his ex-wife that he'd accepted a new job. It's in Oregon. That means that passing their 6-year-old back and forth each week wasn't going to work. David took Beatrice to court over custody. He argued that his household was a stable, married couple making over $150,000 a year of combined income, while Beatrice was a single mom living in an apartment on $40,000 a year, which, by the way, is a pretty decent wage for one person in that city. Caitlin wasn't going to want for any necessities with even a single parent with that kind of income. The court rules in David's favor, and he takes Caitlin with him. Adam had to keep Beatrice on suicide watch for a couple months after the decision that she gets to see her daughter a handful of times a year was handed down. TLDR. Husband cheats on wife, gets divorced, marries a fair partner, moves 3,000 miles away, and uses the fact that he's married and she's not to get full custody of their kid. A friend separated from her husband and moved from Detroit, Michigan to Columbus, Ohio. She had 2 girls, a 7-year-old girl from a previous relationship, and a 2-year-old girl from her husband. When she left, she took her 7-year-old with her, and left the 2-year-old with her father. 2 months later, she gets a phone call, at work, landline, from a Detroit suburb police department. Husband was arrested for driving W/O a license and failure to appear in court the last time he was stopped without a license. The cop tells her, "I don't know where you are, or where the 614 area code is, but if you can be here before my shift is over in 2 hours, I won't have to call children's services." That's a 3+ hour drive. She just made it point after that. Mom and dad signed a separation agreement, a contract recognized in Ohio as a temporary preface to a formal divorce. This agreement gives mom primary custody, but spells out visitation for dad over summer and holidays. Skip ahead 2 years. After Christmas and New Year's, dad can't make the drive to return the girl. So mom goes to pick her up with a copy of the separation agreement because she expects trouble. After an argument at the door, both call the cops. Mom shows the cop the separation agreement. Dad shows the cop an emergency custody order issued by a Michigan judge. Dad had gone before a judge and swore that his daughter has never lived away from him. 2 years of school records from Ohio would differ. And that mom has no job nor a fitting home. At the hearing, mom had to schedule 3 months later. All her lawyer had to do was show the judge the separation agreement. Judge ruled Ohio has jurisdiction and vacated the custody order. Then when she sued for divorce in Ohio, her lawyer submitted his statements to the Michigan judge as evidence that he'd committed perjury in an effort to steal custody. Obligatory. Not a lawyer, but my parents' divorce was a bad one. Mom's a full-blown narcissist, dad's a functioning alcoholic, although to his credit he is a peaceful and kind person. My sibling became mentally ill around the separation phase, and my mother would hide their hospitalizations from the family and tell them no one but my mother loved them enough to visit. This sort of thing escalated and continues to this day. My sibling and I were told that my father caused the divorce by having affairs, drinking, and not loving my mother enough. My father had to move out of the house during the initial separation and I soon followed. My mother moved in the former next door neighbor, divorced from former spouse who still resided next door, as her new fiance, put new locks on, and took my dad's tools and many belongings. They married after the divorce was final, and I was 18, moved back in with my mom. After being a high school student and working wasn't enough to keep me independent. Surprise surprise, dad was in the same boat though, and was given a nice room in the basement, in my dad's old workshop on an air mattress. It was an unfinished and unheated basement. During this time I watched my mother manipulate the people around her to begin painting my dad as an abusive husband, which was just not true. He never raised a hand to anyone, and was not by any means perfect, but still deserved his friends. He ended up having to move away and eventually found a shitty apartment, where he still lives. No contact with the sibling, all goes through my mother. Later I asked my dad about the infidelity in his part and he tested up and shook his head. He was adamant he never would have been unfaithful to my mother. My mother also told me she had been using drugs during this time. She had been telling everyone and their brother that my father had a drinking problem. Jokes on her though, because she is, unsurprisingly, such an impossible person to be around. We aren't in her life. And we have all the grandkids. And we have a nice slice of new property. My dad is going to build a house on his own house where he can be happy and have his family close by. And if he wants to keep drinking, we will love and accept him anyway, because that's the only way people ever get better, when they have a problem like that, especially when they have been shamed through their entire family and friends for it. People who do this should be punished somehow, but there's no adequate way to do it. All you can do is band together and live your life the best you can. And I refuse to demonize a man who did his best to raise me, or give anyone the time of day who coddled my mother during this time. She had no issues isolating and dragging her husband and daughter through the mud. I don't want to be around when it happens to them. Not a lawyer, but my soon-to-be father-in-law got faked over hard by his third wife. 2 years ago he had a stroke which left him disabled. He has speech aphasia and lost most of the use of his right arm. Not a week after the stroke, his wife put the house up for sale, killed both my girlfriend's pets without telling her. Just had them both put down and then told my girlfriend she had to pay for it. The house sold and all the money was transferred to his account because he had bought the house years before and the money was rightfully his. They moved in with her daughter and son and my girlfriend and her brother almost ended up homeless because there wasn't room. Anyways, about 6 months after the stroke she dropped him off at our place and said I don't love him, he doesn't love me, we are getting a divorce. She then took half his money, about $74,000, most of his family furniture like china cabinet, dining room set, and the new car she had just bought with his money. After the divorce she went to all of his family and lied to them, telling them how the marriage was now loveless and how it wasn't her fault and she is the victim. They all took her side and basically told us that we were bad people and it's our fault. The worst part is recently with his improvements and regaining a lot of motor and mental functions she has been flirting with him and having him take her on dates. She waits until we aren't around or texts him and tells him to come take her out to lunch. She is a total beach and we told her to never contact him again, but we can't control all he does. Not a lawyer, but a person that experienced their parents' divorce. My mother cheated on my father when I was 7 at a local hotel in town. It was a small town so everyone knew everyone else, so a friend of his called to let him know that my mum's car was at the inn. He confronted her that night. My brother and we are staying at grandma's across town. They agreed to accept it and move on and work on their relationship. The next day we went to school, dad to work and came home to an empty house and my father kneeling in the yard crying. She'd taken everything and moved it into a storage unit while we were away. She arrived a few minutes later with Child Protective Services and the city police and they served my father with a restraining order that was taken out against him for all three of us. We lived at a cadder shelter because she accused my father of being abusive. We stayed there for about a month until one day she snapped and packed all of my things into garbage bags and dumped me on my father's front porch when no one was home. I sat there alone, 7 years old, for 6 hours until he finally came home. He got the restraining order dropped and we had to go through therapy to ensure that he really wasn't abusive and he raised me on my own for most of my childhood. She didn't pay a dime in child support for almost a decade. Fast forward to when I was 16, my father and his new wife were butting heads and my mother just walked back into my life. She said she was sick and convinced me to move in with her and her current husband since my father and I weren't getting along and I could help her go through treatment for her chronic illness. Not even a month after I move in she hires an attorney and takes my dad back to court for child support, which he paid $960 a month for the last 2 years of my teens. He thought I was in on the whole thing and we didn't speak until I had moved out and left her house. I never saw a dime of it. That was her out to be able to quit her job because she was bringing income because of me. She has now since divorced her second husband and taken half of his life and had moved on to another man that will inherit millions when his mother passes. But he refused to marry her, so who knows what she's out fishing for now. Not my clients, but 2 stories. First one was a while ago. Wife is drop dead gorgeous, but a bit off her rocker. Huge bazongas and didn't wear a bra, so no men ever said anything to the husband, to warn him I guess. Wife has anxiety/depression issues and starts abusing drugs and alcohol. They had 1 kid, but lost their second. Assumption is because she was on drugs. This makes her worse and eventually she never leaves her room, spends every cent on drugs, steals nurse friends' recipe pads to forge more RXs, etc. Divorce starts. Father gets sole custody as the wife is an addict. They agree on one lump sum payment, $250,000 or so. She blows through it in a matter of years, then moves in with her parents. Worst part is that the wife was a manipulator and turned her only child against the father. Every holiday the child goes to see the wife, posts about her on Facebook, about how she has had such a rough life, so much pity. Child won't even finish college or move to get a real job, so is essentially tied to the wife. The husband has to just watch his only child ruin their life after he watched his wife's be ruined. Next story is a couple who are both a little nutty. Husband tries to screw her over, but it backfires. He is a dentist and uses wife's inheritance to buy a practice in a picturesque lake town in about 8 hours from their families in IL. Husband has sanctions by the state dentist board for malpractice, hosts charities each year with no one seeing the money, and buys a giant boat to take down the Mississippi River to the Gulf. But one of their children gets sick, and they bail on those plans. The wife finds out he has been cheating but internalizes it. Husband is abusive to children and cops are even called, but all swept under the rug. Wife's family hates the guy and it finally begins to end, with the wife moving back home. But the law doesn't allow that, so the wife has to go north for court dates and shared custody. One child, who was abused, does not have to see the father, but the other is required to. This is where it starts. The husband buys a puppy, then has the one child he has access to FaceTime their sibling to show them. He tells both children that only he loves them, and their mom is trying to take them away. Tons of manipulative talk that makes the wife's life hell. Also the father sleeps with one child in their bed in order to get them attached more. Remember how the wife had to go north for court dates while trying to get her life in order at her parents'? The husband logs into her bank and airline accounts to try and deny travel payments and cancel her tickets hours before she flies. He has friends tell the judge that the wife is crazy. She was going to a psychologist to deal with his cheating and her insecurities, and he tried to get everyone to believe she was an unfit mother. He did things to really make her crazy, like bringing mistresses to their house when she was out, messing with her car's engine, not brakes or anything dangerous, but the oil level, ECT, and constantly screaming at her in front of their kids, causing her to scream back and only recording her screaming on his phone, or at least editing the clips. The court finally finds that the husband has perjured himself trying to keep all his stories straight, and is also 2.5 meters in debt. I lost track after that, but hopefully the wife was able to escape with both her kids. Not a divorce lawyer. The father put the mother in the hospital to get mentally evaluated. During that time he transferred all the money out of the joint account and had one of the children forge the mother's signature on taxes. For the separation the father kept one child, mother had two, and the oldest was left with another family while finishing HS. The house was sold by the father, and he kept all the money. It was a large brick home, 1 master Brit, 3 Brit, and a suite for the nanny. To give an idea about how much money in the bank, think 2 officers in AF with one having a doctorate and the other in the medical field. They were separated many years and eventually the courts brought the last 3 children together with the mother. No child support during the separation though. The father made huge accusations like abuse, both sexual and physical, and also that the mother was not physically capable. After the divorce was finalized the mother was able to keep the children due to many issues, but the father still would try to buy out the children to live with him. At one point during this the father tried to go against the custody agreement and keep the children for good during a visit and tried to cut off all communication between the mother and children, but that didn't last for too long because the FBI ended up getting involved. Sorry, this isn't much for storytelling and mostly listing out the facts. I'm not very good at storytelling. Mother won custody and with the new lawyer started to receive child support. Going through divorce at the moment and it's turned nasty. My wife received a gift from her parents for the deposit on a house just before we were married. I signed a downloaded from the internet prenup that says I agree that the gifted sum is hers. No problems with that point. First house is bought. Legal gift deed is included to show the money coming from her parents and clearly states they gain no interest in the property and it's non-repayable. This is part of the anti-money laundering procedures. We have a son a year later and move house again 2 years after. New house purchase shows source of funds as sale of previous property. New house is purchased as tenants in common with equal share point shortly after moving in. A declaration of trust shows up from her parents' solicitor saying that the gift was actually a loan and they are entitled to 50% of the profit from the first house and 50% of any profit from this house when it's sold. Sign here to say you agree. Obviously I call BS and refuse to sign after a rather significant WTF discussion with my wife about it all. She tells me she had the agreement before the house was purchased and that she's also been paying her parents £150 a month from our money as interest. She commences divorce proceedings about a week after I refused to sign the dot point. Now I'm going through court. Her parents are claiming pretty much all the equity on the property based on their agreement. The existence of the loan agreement was never disclosed to me or for 2 mortgage applications. The interest was never paid to her parents, but held in an account in my wife's name, a total of around £11,000. This was split up and transferred to her parents and other family members. As soon as she started divorce proceedings, it's going to cost me another £8,000 to £10,000 to defend my own corner and challenge their claims, on top of the £5,000 it's already cost me. A lot of it comes down to the legal side of gifts, loans, and interest. 2 properties were bought, no mention of loan agreement in the applications. That's 2 counts of mortgage fraud, one of which I'm implicated in as we are joint owners of the current property. The interest payments have to be declared as income for tax purposes, so there's 5 possible counts of tax evasion, 1 for each year from 2012 to 2017. There's also the fact she used our money to pay her parents, not her own, if the court accept their BS claims, so that could be seen as theft or obtaining by deception. She moved out of the house and back into her parents' rather substantial home, taking pretty much everything with her, all while I was at work. She took my son and the cats. I haven't seen my son for 3 months and she's refusing unsupervised contact because last year I was treated for depression and anxiety. She claims I'm mentally incapable of caring for him. At the moment, I'm £5,000 in the red with my solicitor. With that, expect to go up another £3,000 to £5,000 by the time we get the court's decision. If I want to see my son, it's £40 an hour through a contact center. I'm living on about £80 a week and half of that is for fuel to get to and from work. Basically, I can't afford to pay to see my son. The only way I can get access by using the court is likely to cost me another £3,000 to £5,000. I just don't have the money to do it. I miss my son, I miss the cats. I don't miss her because I actually sit about 20 feet away from her in work and see her every day. Oh, did I mention her dad is a convicted fraudster for his part in a £750,000 fraud about 2 years ago, and he's still serving a suspended sentence? If there are any generous benefactors out there that would ever consider loaning a desperate father £15,000 to cover all the costs for this, so I can be a father to my son and get a settlement to allow me to provide a safe and suitable home for both my son and myself at the end of all this, I'd gladly repay what I can over time or even provide voluntary work. No matter how many hundreds of hours it might take to repay the debt! 16 years in the army was nowhere near as tough as the last 15 months of my life. Son of a bad divorce my parents went through. Little backstory, my dad is an engineer at a large automotive company, General Motors. He's pretty high up there. I found out after the divorce he makes quite a lot of money. My mom, on the other hand, used to be a nurse, but stopped after having several kids to be a stay-at-home mom. Per my dad's orders, usual start to a divorce. My dad was physically and mentally abusive to my mom for many years after a head injury he had before I was born. When my mom filed, he was livid. She was willing to give up everything for us kids, and she even wanted him to have part-time with us, so we would have a father in our lives. He wanted us kids full-time, solely because it would crush my mom. Some of the things he did include stealing literally every single photo and video of me and my siblings, so my mom no longer has any infant and childhood pictures of her 4 kids, and no memorabilia of her 2 children that died at birth. Shortly after my mom filed, she would sleep in the same room as us kids, so she wouldn't be with him, but be there for us, and he took a picture of her in bed with me and convinced the court she was faking me. I remember waking up that night with lights flashing and complete confusion on what was going on and why it was happening, not able to comprehend it all. Another major thing he did was intentionally go into bankruptcy, absolutely ruining my mom's credit and putting her home into foreclosure. Since they both had their names on a rental home my mom was going to move into with us kids. He could fix his credit in due time, considering his highly secure job and excellent pay, but my mom at the time was unemployed. He has done plenty more to my mom and us kids in an attempt to hurt her, but I doubt I can fit it all in. Plus my memory does not hold all of what he did, and in chronological order. This was back in 2008. The divorce ended officially in 2012 to 2013. Can't remember exactly. Needless to say, I don't like the guy. I'm not a lawyer, but my boyfriend's parents were getting a divorce. It was about August when it happened. The judge had made it clear that the husband is to give half of just about everything to his wife, plus alimony. A little bit of backstory though, his father was mentally ill. From what I heard, everyone was scared of him, and they were afraid that he would kill them at night, so everyone would barricade their door with a heavy object. He used to be normal, but over the 4 years prior to the divorce he slowly started to lose it. They suggested he get help, but he denied anything was wrong. So my boyfriend's mom and the rest of the family left one day and moved halfway across the state to make sure they were safe. So after a long, drawn-out divorce, the judge made the final call, and he did not like it at all. He had a government chemist job, so if he got a felony he would lose his job. Well, apparently he made a false accusation that his girlfriend and him had sex in front of her kids and tried her in court for that. She got a restraining order, and what he said turned out to be false. With his government job, he was making well over 6 figures, not sure of the exact amount though. So he had 500k each saved up in his bank, plus he was making an extra 80k from stocks. Here's the faked up part. He knew he was going to lose his job, he lost his family, and no one really cared about him. So he decided to spend the money frivolously to make sure she didn't get any. Then he killed himself with a shotgun. Point about 400k is missing, and all he left was the house and the stuff inside, and the IRA, which has an undisclosed amount, and a 50k debt owed to his lawyers. My dad is a surgeon, my mom a physiotherapist. They had both of their medical offices right next to each other. It was one lease. They would send each other patients if they needed something from the other, and made pretty good money by doing so. Patients were happy because all they had to do was just to go next door. When my parents divorced, my dad kicked my mom out. He owned the lease. Me and my 2 brothers stayed with my mom since he had drug and psychological problems. He also sued my mom over her half of the house, which financially completely ruined my mom. We also had to move out because my mom had to pay all the lawyer fees, and my dad, obviously, didn't pay any support. Point for the longest time, we barely had any money because of that scumbag. My mom once told me that back in the day, she would avoid driving past fun fairs when picking us up from kindergarten/school because she couldn't bear telling us that we can't afford to go on the merry-go-round. She was the best point, but my dad was, and still is, such a scumbag and an idiot. Oh, by the way, he lost his medical business too. He couldn't stop throwing pills and drinking, so eventually they kicked him out and closed it down. He wasn't able to pay any support for us. Utter idiot. I can't wait to be a so much better dad than mine was. Not a lawyer, but worked in a very small met shop in the Air Force. There was really no secrets in such a small town, small base, and small shop. I had a sergeant that was going through a rough divorce, and we got to know all the details. Basically, she cheated on him when he was deployed. He came back, and during the divorce she refused to move out. There was complicated laws in place letting her stay on base for a set period of time, and he couldn't really do anything about it. Anyway, he gets the police, security forces, not real police, called in on him one night because apparently he was beating her. I say apparently because during this so-called beating, we were all on Sparks Live playing video games, Halo I think. There was about 3 members from the shop who were playing with him, 2 not including him. When he was arrested, HS was in a game, and he had his mic all the way up, so there was no abuse going on. So he goes to the on-base jail and ends up staying there overnight. Even though our shop knows it is complete and utter bull, he gets called in the next day to possibly be convicted in a military court for domestic abuse, or charged in a court. I just know she was upset she was losing her free housing. So normally this guy goes downtown, half-hour drive there and another back, for food, every day at the same time, and she knows it. However, today he is called into a formal meeting with the commander of our squadron, and the first shirt person in charge of squadron health/well-being, and the chief of the squadron. It happens to be at the same time that he normally goes for lunch, and after he reports in, he starts explaining his side of the story. During the middle of this, his ex calls. The commander asks him to put her on speaker, as they were trying to figure out who was lying. She basically calls him a piece of shit, worthless, and scum for kicking her out. She then proceeds to tell him, and the whole room, that she is calling the police, again security forces, on him because she was beaten. She hung up the call, security forces shows up, and apparently she was all bruised, and security forces was looking for him, because he apparently beat her, before going to lunch. My commander calls security forces, and they give her 24 hours to leave the house. I don't remember / think she was ever charged with anything, but about 3 weeks later a new person in our squadron mentioned he met a nice lady, and they were already planning on marrying. For the money / getting out of the dorms. We found out that was the ex, and convinced him never to return her calls. Quick note, after he was released, a security forces member escorted him to his house, then pulled a clean uniform for him. He was never allowed inside, then escorted directly to our shop. Our shop chief was then instructed to call security forces if he tried to leave. Before his appointment with our commander, our shop chief drove him to our command building, so there was never a chance for him to go home. Not sure what happened after. Last I heard, she was not from the state we were in, and didn't have a job, any money, and refused to work. I think she was trying to get his expensive truck and possibly force him to pay her for X months / years, because he made so much more, again because she refused to ever get a job. Not a divorce lawyer, but the ex-husband of a friend of my mum really faked her over. Essentially she just came home from work one day and found that he had taken away everything. The car, the kids, most of the furniture, and all of their valuables were just gone. She actually called the police because she had no idea what was going on. After the immediate situation was resolved, they got into a super ugly legal battle. He had basically burned most of their financial documents and claimed that he contributed far more to their house than he actually did. He also claimed that the car was bought by him, even though it was paid for by her parents. The only reason this failed is because he had not taken into account that the bank had kept some documents of their own past the normal deletion date. Despite that, she was still majorly screwed over in multiple ways. Shortly before their divorce, he had just so happened to gift parts of their belongings to friends of his without her knowledge, so they wouldn't get divided equally. In the end, 2 kids stayed with her, and 1 with him. To this date she, a clerk, still pays support for the daughter staying with him while he, a senior engineer, allegedly does not make enough money to pay support for the other kids, even though he owns an expensive car and regularly visits expensive hotels. He also spread rumors at the school that 2 kids going to about them having lease and being mistreated are home in some weird attempt to gain custody or revenge. They actually ended up having to change school because of it. As far as I know, the legal battles between them still haven't been settled until today. Not a lawyer but apprentice lineman. Seen and heard of plenty divorces of people in my crew. The worst I've seen was my foreman, a 50-plus-year-old Mexican dude. His wife basically managed the finances since she spoke the most English and worked less hours than him. Well, unknown to him, she had started to stop paying the bills and hiding any letters that came, so he was clueless. Everything was on his credit since she had destroyed hers from credit cards. The reason she was doing this was she was preparing to divorce him if found out she was cheating on him with a teacher of a course she was taking. Well, one day shit hit the fan. One of the kids finds a hidden phone with pictures of the wife and her lover. This broken guy couldn't work like he used to. The best foreman we had to basically unable to see anything off without blowing up. Also constantly had leave work to pick up his kids from school since they started having problems. Divorce court finally rolls around, he gets hit hard. She had taken a lower paying job even though she had a degree this guy basically paid for her to get. Also at that time we were working ridiculous overtime on a rider job, well, and that's what his income was based off of, and also got stuck with all the debt and bills. All on top of losing his pension to her. His kids couldn't go to college. She took the money they set aside for that, and guy just started to get foreclosed last month. Divorce is nasty, man. Seen some of nicest workers go to miserable human beings. I'm an actual family law attorney. There's 2 kinds of faked over in divorce in my experience. There's the financial assets fuck over, and I've heard people spend more in attorney fees than what they're fighting over. The worst is when the couple owns a small business and they try to cheat taxes by putting everything in the business name, which is nightmare to untangle. or squabbling over what is and isn't premarital. I'm an inequitable division state, or separate property. Then there's the fuck you over with the kids, which is honestly the worst. Some parents shouldn't be parents. Some people fight, not because they have the better home for the kids, or want to be with the kids, but because they want to either receive or not pay child support. And the biggest fuck over is not growing up and acting like adults and parenting your children, but choosing to use them as weapons and basically faking them over too, just to get back at the other parent. Have seen a woman try to turn kids against her husband so she could collect child support and spousal support while continuing to do nothing in a $300k home. Husband was leaving her because she couldn't come to grips with $90k salary not being enough to support her and her lifestyle and 3 kids in private school. And I've seen an alcoholic dad fight to get full custody of a disabled kid and 2 other kids, even though he didn't even know the names of the doctors and wouldn't admit he was an alcoholic even after rehab. All because he didn't want to pay any child support on principle. While I'm not a divorce lawyer, I can share a quick story about my mother's divorce from her 3rd husband. He moved out of the house that they were leasing to own in August and filed divorce in September. We were very well off at the time, as he owned his own contracting company that was the sole contractor for a local hospital, and he did 90% of the work himself, making roughly 60% of the income from the company profit. According to the divorce papers, it was roughly $400k USD each year in company money. And he labeled his income as $250k a year. His wants for the divorce were that she would keep the house they were leasing, not paid off, again, and she was a part-time employee at a local Veterans Association mental health facility and college student at the time, continue making the monthly payments and all the bills, and continue to pay 50% of the cost of the car he bought for his daughter from a previous marriage. And 50% on the loan payment. He had to do a mass tool replacement for the company at the beginning of the year, which was at this point paid down to around $4,000. My mother countered with keeping the house and Bob paying 50 over 50, keeping the car he bought for his daughter as it was in my mother's name, and not accepting any less than 50% of the total income of the company. Turned out the company didn't have a business license until after they were married, and she had been the active accountant for all the work done. Her agreement was that she would own half the company and that he would be responsible for paying a monthly stipend on top of that in alimony in order to support her graduating with her master's degree, and that alimony support would be stopped 30 days after losing enrollment at the school. When the judge ruled in favor of her counter, my ex-stepfather decided he didn't like that. So 2 weeks later, the company had an incident at the hospital and apparently some electrical wiring was done incorrectly that caused a generator not to function properly. Didn't keep the lights on in the emergency room, apparently, when the power went out one day. As such, he lost the contract due to faulty work, and the company income basically became peanuts. Less than $100k a year for the company as a whole, and less than $30k for him personally. Until the divorce settled, he kept it this way, only accepting small-time jobs and doing things like roofing and drywall as opposed to large company contracts. Once everything was cleared and the divorce was official, he somehow managed to start up a new company with a new business license and everything, with his friend who used to do his electrician work as the primary owner, that then proceeded to acquire the contract from the local hospital and make even more money for him than he previously made as the owner of his own. So he effectively had to pay her the alimony stipend and 50% of nothing, as he did maybe one job a week as his own company. TLDR, mother wins suit involving ownership of a business that wasn't started until after marriage. Stepfather sabotages business intentionally and starts up new business with best friend that acquires same contracts as previous business so that he doesn't have to pay her. Guy was a huge dick about it. Now I'm not a lawyer, and I definitely don't understand a lot about how divorces are legally handled, but I have heard a pretty crazy divorce story. So the other day, I was just sitting out on the side of a runway at a glider club waiting for my flight along with a few older gentlemen. They start discussing marriages and so forth, and then the conversation shifts over to divorces. One of the guys eventually mentions how one of his friends cut his house in half after signing divorce papers. Let me elaborate to the best of my understandings. So this guy caught his wife cheating on him and immediately decided to divorce. They go through all the legal sheet, etc. And then comes the part about splitting up income, property, etc. This poor guy only wanted to give certain amounts of things. I truly don't understand the legal side of divorces, so hang on with me. But when he consulted his wife's lawyer, he refused to allow him to split what he wanted to split. Eventually, the poor guy just gives up on arguing with this lawyer and says, alright, I'll do whatever you tell me. Just give me whatever damn papers you want me to sign, and I'll sign them. But before handing over the papers, the lawyer went over what he had to share, and eventually said half of the house. The guy said fine, signed the papers, stormed out, floored it to the nearest Home Depot, bought the heaviest duty chainsaw he could find, floored it to his house, and got to work. First he measures the house and spray paints a line down the center of the house. He then proceeds to disconnect the gas lines, electrical systems, and plumbing, and the cuts is his house in two, inside and out. After making a clean cut, he takes his truck, backs into one wall and knocks it down, and repeats for 2 other walls, resulting in half of the house flattened and resting at the bottom of the basement. He then proceeds to spray paint, in bright orange spray paint. This is your half. Hope it's what you wanted. The next day at his work, the cops show up asking for him. Before they could hunt him down, he turns himself in, apparently waving his hands above his head and pointing at himself saying something along the lines of, hey yep, I'm the guy you want. I knocked that beach's house down. Here, handcuff me. He then gets jailed, and when he goes to court for the divorce, the judge asks him why he cut the house in half and knocked half of it down. He reportedly said the beach wanted half. The beach got half. Needless to say, he was in jail for like 7 months, and in the meantime, sold his truck to his friend for $1 and basically made himself penniless so that his wife would receive as little money as possible. I'm a legal intern. Shadowed a divorce lawyer during the settlement phase, represented the wife. The husband was just a lazy human being, didn't have a job for the last 2 years, didn't want custody or even visitation of their 2 kids, and refused to pay any child support. Basically the case should have been wrapped up nice and clean. The wife and husband had already done all the number crunching on assets and whatnot. Wife was basically like, fine, if you don't want to see your kids or pay child support, I work and will support them. I'm just done with you. Husband comes forward and claims he feels responsible and would like to pay some child support, even though the agreement didn't require him to, as he didn't meet a certain income threshold. Turns out to all be a ruse in order to call out the wife for hiding assets that didn't exist. Judge has the lawyers go talk it over for about 2 hours, which bumps up the billable hours. The husband's lawyers is next to incompetent, as we already had the paper the husband signed and notarized saying they accept the asset findings to be true. Go back to the judge. He basically says you already acknowledged this deal. Nothing is changing, except now I'm making you pay child support, you lazy sob. TLD, a husband tried to squeeze more money out of wife, ended up costing him an additional $2,000 in attorney fees and about $800 a month in child support. Karma is sweet. Obligatory, not a lawyer, but did watch this play out in horror. A long time ago there were some major political changes that were rapidly taking place in my country. We had been fighting a war for quite a few years, and it looked as if we were close to winning that war. The turning point was when one of our most notorious soldiers, think Navy SEAL X-10, had a pregnant wife who was sure to die in childbirth. It was a horrible diagnosis, but somehow the radicalists we had been fighting found out and told him they could save her from death. They were well known for their medical equipment and advanced medical robotics, so the soldier switched sides. He led a massive assault, killing nearly all of our elite soldiers, even the younger recruits. He did all of this in hopes that he could save his wife, but then she confronted him and told him that he was going down a path she could not follow. That's when we saw his old general step out, and he realized that his old general turned her against him. In his rage he choked his wife, and he fought his old general. Once the duel ended, the husband was a paraplegic, the wife died in childbirth, and the general remained alive. But here's the kicker. Medically the woman was fine. It is thought that the radicalists somehow found a way to kill her, and they blamed it on the husband. There is a happy ending though. The woman gave birth to twins, which ended up giving a lot of people a new hope, and years later one of the twins went on to bring their father out of radicalism. Not a lawyer, but I have seen this in my family. My aunt cheated on my uncle. I don't know about the full legal issues, but she got the house, so he barely had to pay child support for his 8 boys. She remained a cunt and still brought him to court 8 years later as she was too lazy to work and wanted him to pay child support. She already got remarried, so he was not needed to pay child support. This pissed her off even more, and she started to forbid the children to go to their father or us, even giving threats that she would break their legs if they did. She still tried brainwashing them with bullshit stories that he was the one who cheated. I can still remember being thrown out of their house in 1998 on one of my nephew's birthday party at 1800 hours because she wanted to chat on ICQ with the one she cheated on. My nephews still tried to sneak to his house once in a while, and slowly they all started to see who their mother really is. The youngest turns 18 this year and even he wants to move out ASAP. She still is a utter cunt and still keeps up the fight to not let see their father, even though they are almost all adults now. 2 years ago this took a huge turn. The second youngest, 19, hanged himself in his own room. I will never forget that woman for all those years of mental torture she put those kids through. When she dies, that will be a dancing on her grave moment. Obligatory. I'm not an attorney. I work for a divorce attorney though. The case we worked that I'm actually most proud of right now was a domestic violence case that turned into a divorce case. The husband had gone and beaten the shit out of the wife and their teenage daughter. He did this pretty regularly, but this one was worse than it had ever been. So, she and the daughter finally were fed up and called it quits. They left and filed a domestic violence injunction. We went to court on it and strong-armed him into agreeing to a 3-year injunction with about $4,500 a month in child support and alimony. The guy was making $100K a year. So he quit his job, jumped state, and took off all around the country. For 3 months, the wife and daughter had no electricity and were living on food stamps because he wasn't paying. We finally tracked him down and hit him with a contempt motion. The judge upheld the DV injunction, imputed his income at what he previously earned, forced a payout of about $20,000 immediately to be paid to the wife. He came into our office to make the payment, and he was wearing super short booty shorts. It was weird. Now, after we thoroughly faked that guy over, and he arguably deserved worse, we are working on the divorce case, where I'm sure we'll get a pretty similar result. I'm hanging into work right now, but I've got some other pretty good stories. If people wanna hear them, edit. I faked up. I was in my car when I wrote this. He paid $3,500 a month in alimony and like $600 in child support, so $4,100 a month. I just reread the order. Not a lawyer, but divorced. She wanted the Eclipse Spider. I'll let her have it, under the condition that she got a new loan for herself only. It was in both our names, and legally in PA at least. You can't just drop your name off a loan. She said she did. Her faking lawyer said she did. I was too stupid to call the bank and check. A few months later I get a call from her that my car is being repossessed. All she did was change the contact info to her. And it was too late. I had to go halfway across the country, part of Missouri, to pay the impound fees and pay the car off to minimize the damage to my credit. A little while later, she found out I had paid off the car and was demanding $5K for her half of the car. I told her to suck it and kept it. It was still in my name too. After all, I kept it 4 years also. I ended up having to file bankruptcy, due to the 2008 market crash. Well, I wasn't able to remove her name from the loan on the house, but I was able to remove it from the deed. When I filed bankruptcy she now owed the entirety of the loan on the house, and even if she would have paid it off, the bank got the house. Then, years later, I got her mailing address and sent her the key with its location so she could pick it up. Wrecked, parted out, and in a junkyard, over 800 miles away from where she lived. I wasn't able to sell it, or even total it, because the title was still in both our names. So I took the maximum amount without totaling, which by the way you can request, stripped out, sold all the valuable parts, and gave it to a junkyard. I still get letters, addressed to her and her only, about collections for her loan on the house, among the ones for her credit cards and loans gotten after the divorce. Also, BTW, my credit is in the range of good now, have a house, cars, and loans, which is impressive being that I still have a bankruptcy on my file. So, while she was a dick to me, I got the last laugh in being a dick back to her. Which is sad, because we were cool when we got a divorce. We had just grown apart. Really late to the party, but I'll tell the story about how my aunt tried to fuck over my uncle, but crashed and burned super badly. So a little backstory. She walked out after she admitted to doing meth and faking her meth dealer for free drugs. The divorce got messier and messier, to the point my aunt was paying my uncle's lawyer to misfile paperwork to screw him over. Fast forward 2 years since the divorce started, my aunt comes forward with an itemized list of every object she had claims to and their monetary value. Some was small stuff like pots and pans or dresser. Others were kind of obscure like flower pots and fence posts. She tried to claim some big stuff like vehicles, tractors, my uncle is a rancher, and even cattle. The final value was over $2 million and she demanded he give her every item, some of which didn't even exist, or pay the difference. Well, things were working out for her until my grandmother stepped in. My grandparents and uncle own a corporation together, and my grandma was able to produce recipes for almost every real item on the list, proving the corporation had bought them, not my aunt. When it finally worked out, my aunt only had claims to a few $1,000s of stuff, including a shovel she valued at $75. My uncle packed up random shit, even went out and bought stuff on the list and dumped them at her house. The court them said, because he held up his end of the deal, shit would be getting nothing, and all she was left with was a huge lawyer fee. But she got the last laugh. A few years ago she was working for the county government. She got fired for doing meth on the job, but she sued for discrimination as she was the only female employee in her department and won. She then got immunity from being fired again and got a cool $1 million check. Not a lawyer, but my brother and I were stuck in the middle of ugly divorce shit for a few years. My mother got custody of us and we moved to another state. From 4th to 8th grade, we lived with her. Meanwhile, any vacation we got with our father, he tried to buy our love. Dave and Buster's? 3 times a week. Buy a go-kart? No problem. Etc. etc. He didn't really want to be our father, just a cool friend, and we were too naive and young to recognize that. So when it came to me about to start high school, my brother and I said we wanted to live with my dad. He started the movements to get a hearing in front of a judge and get custody of us. My mother couldn't make those hearings because she was in Virginia, my father in Texas, so she couldn't fight back with whatever was said about her. My dad proceeded to tell the judge how her and my stepfather were selling drugs out of the house, smoking drugs in the garage right below my bedroom, so I was in danger, and shit like that. My mother's parents were at the hearing and fought back against all the slander, but the judge stopped things down, and because my mother wasn't there, had no choice but to rule in favor of my dad. Really underhanded shit, and I would find out a few years later just how big of an asshole my dad is and was. Both parties were lawyers. They had gotten married later in life. Wife was independently wealthy through her family. Husband had made millions in big tobacco litigation. He had structured his payment as an annuity, where he would receive $1 million per year in quarterly installments for 12 years. Because the annuity wouldn't activate until a few years after the settlement, the couple made an oral agreement that the wife would pay for the major marital expenses for the first few years of the marriage. Then, when the annuity kicked in, the husband would pay the wife back and begin paying the marital expenses. This system worked for a few years. The wife bought a nice home for the couple and a new office for the husband. They eventually built a huge dream retirement home. About a year before the annuity kicked in, the wife moved out to the new house in Arizona, and the husband stayed in the marital home so he could keep working. During this time, the husband stopped paying all of the couple's taxes and the mortgage on the marital home, took out several credit cards in the wife's name, and ran up close to $100K on them and started running around with a younger woman. Around Christmas time and the year before the annuity activated, the wife called the husband to make plans to bring their families out to Arizona to celebrate the holiday. The husband responded that he didn't love her anymore and that he was preparing to file for divorce. Shortly thereafter, the wife found out that the marital home was in foreclosure and that the IRS had filed tax deficiency notices against her. I also worked on a case back in the 90s for an extremely wealthy couple who had a son with severe physical and mental disabilities. At the time of the divorce, the father agreed to pay child support for his son's entire life, which is odd, because a court can usually only order child support to be paid until the child reaches the age of majority. A few years ago, on the day after the son's 21st birthday, the dad filed a petition to modify the divorce agreement and cancel his child support obligation, since his son was no longer legally a child even though he still couldn't take care of himself. The dad lost. I'm not a lawyer, but I wish I had had one in my recent divorce. I finally got the courage to leave a physically and emotionally abusive marriage of over 10 years, with one child from the marriage. I had no money for a lawyer, but just wanted out and away from being abused. So I made arrangements to leave. During the process, I tried to contact 2 lawyers, and was told they would both require retainers of several $1,000s each just to talk to me. I didn't have the money for this, and my ex's family was very wealthy and well connected in the area. I had no family or friends for help, or any kind of support. When the process started, my ex drew up their list of demands, and told me either I sign it, or they'd drag me through court and financially ruin me, destroy me personally, take every dime I had, and I'd never see my child again. I spent the following week desperately trying to find a lawyer to help me, but couldn't find representation without massive costs to fight it, while being terrified of what would happen if I did. I'm also a survivor of a failed family, and was dragged through the courts as a teenager, and used as a pawn in my own parents' divorce, and was doing all I could to avoid my own child sharing the same fate, and being exposed to the nastiness that comes from a divorce and custody battle. I was scared with no help, and no one to turn to, while being threatened the entire time. When the signing date came, I was threatened with the same once again, and when I went into their lawyer's office, I told their lawyer I was signing this agreement under duress, and with no representation of my own. They said nothing. In the end, I was left paying everything they demanded, and was only allowed a few hours with my child a month. I feel I was completely wronged and taken advantage of in this entire process, with no legal help of my own. Now I don't know what my options are. It was the worst few months of my life and I feel lost without my child. Not exactly a divorce, but I worked under the world-leading forensic accountant expert, and he took me to one of his arbitrations between a forensic accounting firm and a very famous woman's author. The author, we'll call her M, was suing this other forensic accounting firm for overbilling and not performing the work they did. Basically her mother, even more famous and rich author, got divorced and hired an accountant to handle finances in it all. She got into bad health and made her daughter executor of state. So here we are. M said that the accountant was stealing money and she hired the firm to prove it. During arbitration she gives her side first. Holy shit, it was a nightmare. This lady could not give a yes or no answer. The opposing lawyer had to ask her to answer yes or no, and my boss the arbitrator had to uphold it, which is atypical. Every question she'd go into this long story about how she's being taken advantage of and just super melodramatic, but it still seemed like she had a case and money was indeed being stolen. She just seemed hard as fuck to deal with. Opposition goes the next day, and it gets glaringly obvious why no work was performed. This woman brought in 17 years of documents all in hard copy. She faking wheeled in 10 moving sized boxes overflowing with paper documents. It took the firm 2 months just to go through it all and record the important stuff. So she sued them for not finding the stolen money in those 2 months. Even with perfect documents it'd take longer than 2 months. She faked herself so hard because every time they asked why she'd start rambling on like it was one of her shitty mystery novels. She honestly came across as insane and unstable. Her lawyer was a faking idiot too. It was incredible to see. The opposing firm has the best lawyer in New York City, and he was just decimating their entire case, and each easy softball yes or no question, where she would go off on some unimportant, unrelated tangent, he'd just look at my boss with, "Are you hearing this sheet?" Look on his face, point, she lost, had to pay them. But what was faked up was that even as outside accountants who didn't see the info, it was apparent their accountant was stealing upwards of $100 million over like 15 years. But she was just way too ducking and stable to say yes or no, so she lost, point, not exactly the ask question, but I love that story and semi-related lol. I may be a little late, but my dad and uncle are both divorce lawyers and have told me some terrible stories, so I feel like I have to chime in. My dad told me about this case about a year ago, and I'll never forget it. Point. So the couple had been married for upwards of 20 years and were quite elderly. The husband had been making just north of $100K for about half of the marriage until he got in an accident and became paralyzed. The wife ended up wanting a divorce. Sadly, this is not uncommon according to my dad, but this is where it gets malicious. She was his primary caregiver, and they had been living off of his settlement. She was fully capable of working, just did not want to work, so she wanted to fight for spousal support from him. My dad apparently was pretty appalled when she told him this and told her she needed to get a new lawyer. My dad was convinced she wouldn't win any support from him for obvious reasons. Turns out she did win spousal support, and the guy will have to be paying her for the next 10 years when he might not have that much time left in his life and now has to use most of his money just to pay for nurses to help him daily. Point edit. BTW, there may be tiny discrepancies in this, so if anything doesn't make sense let me know and I'll text my dad and ask him. I'm trying to become a lawyer, but currently in undergrad, so I DK much, if anything, about legal procedure. Not a divorce, but my parents hated each other. My father had around 9 kids. We still think there's some illegitimate ones, with 5 women. Honestly, he couldn't give a fuck about us. My mum used to remind him of my birthday so he'd call. He almost killed my half-sister. She had meningococcal and was very sick. Eventually one of my siblings called an ambulance. She was literally hours away from dying. When my half-brother died at 2, he didn't attend the funeral. Anyway, my mother raised me from 2 years old basically as an only child. She was in uni and was very poor, but scraped by with me and ended up with a doctorate in psychology. My mother wasn't a great parent, very controlling, kind of treated me like property, but she never tried to get child support from my father as she knew he didn't plan to have me. However, she loved me in a very faked up way. Point, fast forward to when I'm 13, my father moves back to the town I live in. My mum wanted us to have a relationship as I'd literally seen him about 3 times since I'd been 2. My mother and him ended up in a really faked up custody battle, as when I started fighting I lived with him, and guess what? He wanted child support, and he was a sheet parent who didn't care what I did. The courts ruled in favor of my mother, giving her full parental control, meaning my father had literally no say in anything I did as a minor. They hated each other. This case went on and off for years. They once completely started screaming abuse at each other in a school interview to get into the school. The vice principal was shocked as it happened in the office before she'd even spoken to them. When I was 17, I'd been living with my mum for a few years. I used to work, and I'd ride home to and from work. I was hit by a truck one time going at 60 to 70 km/h. We didn't see each other, and I saw him at the last minute. It was new roadworks, and they'd faked up. I had 4 broken ribs, T7 vertebrae fracture, ruptured spleen, collapsed lungs, snapped femur in multiple places, and a smashed pelvis. They called my mother in. I was already in a coma as my injuries were so severe. The people put her in a room, and all these surgeons came through telling her what was going to happen in the emergency surgery. At this point no one knew whether I'd live or die. Afterwards I was in a coma for 3 days on life support, so I was in ICU. Now to give a backstory, I'm from Australia, and basically, if you're a sheet parent and you aren't making the right decisions, they are literally okay, catch you later, we'll decide for the child. Now in ICU everyone is very sick. No one, and I mean no one, can enter unless they're next of kin or on a list of people allowed to visit. You have to be buzzed in by security. Now remember, I was in a coma, dead asleep. Basically my mother told my father what happened, but she wouldn't let anyone see me while I was asleep, including my father. My father would scream outside of ICU, but had no power to come in without her permission, and guess what? The hospital said no, we overturn your decision as next of kin and will allow the father to see her. Hospitals have more control over your children than you do. They will do whatever they want except for a small gray area where there is no right or wrong. Aka, the kid will die from some disease regardless. I've honestly never heard of them doing something like this. It was a unique situation. By the time my father visited, I had woken up that day. Now although this was shitty, they can't stand being near each other, so I don't know how it would have gone down if they'd been in the same room together. It got worse though. I had to be flown to another city for another surgery. This surgery had never been done before, and I had a team of at least 40 people with multiple renowned surgeons. My father did not ask if I was okay or how this surgery was going, but instead messaged my mother that she had breached the custody case by taking me out of the city. They hated each other so much that it was literally written in the custody document they weren't allowed to discuss the other parent with me, as they would use every kind of manipulation, lies, say anything bad the parent would say about me, and tell me, so I'd hate them. It faked me up because honestly, I ended up not knowing who to believe and thinking neither loved me. My mother did care though, and I truly saw her ability when my accident happened. I was in hospital for 2 months and in a wheelchair for 4. At the end of the day, I could tell you terrible stories my parents have done to me or to each other for revenge, but knowing their child could die and not being able to be faking humane and compassionate about it towards each other was the icing on the cake. I'm not a lawyer, but watched the destruction of a friend from high school. He had a lawyer his mother hired who really didn't go after his ex or bother helping. From what I saw, there was nothing quite like watching an old friend get locked up for 7 months because his wife didn't want to live on a realistic budget and decided on a free divorce. They came back home from vacation. She looked him up. Then when he was drunk, she declared she had enough of his drinking and took him trashed to a facility. Once in the lobby, instead of getting him treatment, she begins screaming that she caught him in bed with their daughter. Off he goes to jail, clueless and sloshed. She tells everyone that will listen the horrible things he does and that he is a danger to himself and others with violent tendencies. Off to solitary for him. He had a court date 2 months in along with continuances. This resulted in him sitting alone in a cell for 7 months. The costs his family was hit with were astronomical. Just talking to him on the phone was expensive as hell. Prison/jail phones are hellish, and anyone running those companies are scum. Wife cleaned out his checking/savings by forging his name on checks. DA didn't care. Had done this to another relative and her ex-husband in the past. Accusations, but DA didn't care. Her own family testified for him, but it didn't help. He lost his job, house, and family. All because his wife liked living beyond their means and doing what she wanted. She lives on disability along with the daughter in a nice townhouse now. The house was taken and she was made to move out after a year of no payments. She honestly thought the county would allow her to live in the house without paying the mortgage. After selling all of his things in a yard sale, she moved out and left the animals in the house. When the bank had the sheriff remove her, they found them when they were changing the locks and allowed him in after she was gone. What a piece of filth. For clarity, he has a concealed permit and was so worried about being a felon and losing it, he was on that and the registry. They dropped all the charges and made a statement that if he caused a stink they could re-prosecute him on the charges. So after 7 months in a cell, he is released under a minor charge and told to keep clean. The daughter, by the way, was found to have, at least while he was in prison, to never have had any kind of issues. The wife described even with her coaching her it didn't hold up. The DA just could not admit he was being made a fool of and being used. Didn't practice divorce apart from getting dragged into an action. This was just a peeve of mine. Never, and him up to like 5 or 6, has a couple I'm friends with gone and got themselves a prenup, even where one or both of them were attorneys and had some exposure to family law. It truly boggles my mind. Sure, prenups aren't ironclad and always enforced to the absolute letter, but they work pretty fine. and divorce is something nobody really understands fully until it's them getting one, and even then it can come in shades. However, most people know about how viscous they can get. Despite this very real situation that might arise, most people seem to not want to think about it and put together even the most rudimentary agreement that would only address the things that are really important to you at the time or that you could foresee being important. My argument for it is this: if you're happy now, you will be able to think with a level head. People planning on getting married shouldn't be looking to screw over their to-be spouse. They should be fair and, importantly, cooperative. In a bit or irony, I think the best time to consider divorce is when you are considering marriage. And what is the answer I most often get from my friends? She will get pissed if I push this as a real thing we are doing. Or, if my friend is the woman, she says it's a bad move. I'm not in a serious relationship, so I don't know, though I would imagine that if someone doesn't want to marry you because you want to have a plan ready in case the worst happens, a plan that might not even be used, then that person isn't really worth marrying. Not a lawyer. A close friend of mine had a wife and 2 kids. They were married for about 15 years. Wife cheats on him, he finds out, but he forgave her. 2 years later things point to her cheating. He confronts her, and she hands him divorce papers, and she moves out. At this time he begins looking for a divorce lawyer. A friend of his recommends an attorney who is a shark. Friend soon finds out that wife refinanced the house shortly after the first incident. She took out $150K in equity. He did not pay attention, since she handled the finances. Started looking at credit card bills, since she no longer lived with him, and you guessed it, $75K in debt. He also discovered she cleared out their joint accounts, which had about $10K. He brought this damning information to the so-called shark of an attorney who now realized he has zero liquidity and could care less about actually representing him. She agreed to granted him full custody of their 2 children if he did not contest the divorce and meet all financial obligations 50/50. She also agreed to pay child support. His attorney rubber stamps it and said that's the best you're going to get. He agrees to settlement, and they divorce. When all was said and done, she forced sale of the home, creating about $50K in profit. $25K was given to him, which he used to pay credit card debt. He moved into a small apartment with his 2 kids and she cut him a check for $20K, which covers all child support payments. He used this money to pay a remainder of credit card debt. About 2 years later, his now adult daughter remembered mom mentioning a college fund. She looks into it and realized mom closed that account and gave the money to dad as part of the support payments. Adult daughter now thinks dad got screwed, and during a visitation, looked over mom's financials. She discovered mom bought the house with the $150K equity and furnished it by the use of $75K in credit card charges. She gives the information to dad, who then contacts his attorney. She shrugs and told him, if you were not happy then you should not have signed the agreement. Later, turns out this shark of an lawyer was somehow related to mom's lawyer. Friend files complaint with state authorities. Nothing happens. Kids hate mom and she now lives with her boyfriend in a large well-furnished home paid for by ex-husband. Kids are paying for own college. Dad supports 2 kids in small apartment and sleeps on couch. I know, but I have an aunt, and I think I know most of the story. I'm sure I'm missing parts, and have heard stories from both sides. My aunt and uncle were married, and over time my uncle developed a drinking problem and overall wasn't exactly a great husband or father. This causes my aunt to quit her job. I'm not sure how that was the answer, but apparently it was. Regardless, he still keeps drinking, and such, and they separate. Basically how their separation works is she lives in the house with their 2 kids. Teenagers at this point, and he rents a room in someone's apartment, but has to pay for both. I believe at this time my aunt goes on disability, so she has some of her own money coming in as well. My uncle quits drinking and finds God, all the while living off of almost nothing, since he is paying rent, and for the house he doesn't live in. Fast forward 10 years later, the kids are out of the house. My aunt has a live-in boyfriend, and as far as I know her husband is still paying the mortgage, while the boyfriend is paying rent. my uncle decides that he wants to officially divorce so he can quit paying the mortgage that he is on. And so on point my aunt refuses every offer put forward, dragging the divorce over 2 years. From my understanding, she wants the entire house, but she wants my uncle to keep making payments on it. I believe she also wanted his retirement pension and more. Point even her lawyer was telling her she was unreasonable. But the massive hit came when the judge for the case said if they didn't have an agreement by their next court date, that he would award everything, including the house, to my uncle, and she would get nothing. As far as I know, she was still fighting for everything even 2 weeks before the court date, and that's when my uncle had a heart attack at home and passed away, leaving my aunt to get everything she wanted, for the most part. Now my uncle changed the beneficiaries on his life insurance policy to his adult children as soon as they were old enough, 5 years before his death. Either way, the insurance policy wasn't anything big, it just intended to cover the costs of the funeral and such. Overall, the insurance didn't cover his funeral costs, but helped make it manageable. But my aunt freaked out, accusing her children of stealing the insurance money, even tried to go to court over it. Point keep in mind, my aunt did not put a single penny towards the funeral costs. So the day of the funeral rolls around, and my aunt shows up, the whole time stating that she was the grieving widow, which was ironic considering she had her boyfriend standing next to her at the funeral, and she did her best to exclude my uncle from any family function where he could see his family over the last 10 years. Sadly, she got her payday and is still a miserable person to this day. I wish I could feel bad for her boyfriend, but he puts up with the misery. On the bright side, both of her children have stated that when she gets too old to take care of herself, they are just going to put her in a home, as she is impossible to live with or deal with for any length of time, her being almost 70 now. I can't wait for this time to come. Not a lawyer, but I paid enough for them. My ex quit his job to go back to school full time after our youngest child was born. During the 2 years he was in school and I was racking up debt I was expecting his help to pay off, he started up a thing with an old friend. She was childless and in her mid-40s, and talked him into going to a fertility clinic with her. We were still actively married / cohabiting at that point. That didn't pan out, fortunately, but after that she bought him a house a mile from ours. We are talking 60 days between him leaving the marriage and moving out of our house and into hers. I found all this out through a secret email account for which he used the same passwords as all his other accounts, which I had access to. The first lawyer I hired was incompetent enough to rely on what is apparently illegal email access, rather than taking another angle to get the same incriminating information legally. He's not an attorney anymore. After 2 years and another set of attorneys, I wound up with all the debt and paying child support. I've been forced back into court twice when reasonable requests were refused. 2 different judges have sided with me. No more presumptive guidelines, but it's exhausting. She's a GS14, is evidently vindictive as hell, and is apparently willing to put all the money it takes into keeping me in court. The more recent one was over insurance. They got married a couple of months after our divorce was final, and I've been asking for all the available insurance coverage info for years, but he's refused. I've been paying upwards of $600 MO for the kids' insurance for years. His wife could cover them for $2 paycheck. So, a cup of coffee each month. I would have bought her a damn cup of coffee. The worst part is it isn't me they are screwing over, it's our kids. Not really relevant to the original question, as I'm not a lawyer or a spouse. After abusing my mother for 20+ years, my father figured she probably didn't have the guts to divorce him. He figured wrong, but he's refusing to admit that, and claiming that I, his BO child, somehow manipulated my mother into thinking he was a monster, when he's obviously done nothing wrong. Unfortunately, he is the administrator on my trust fund, which has been used to pay all of my expenses to date. Anytime I try to make a move he doesn't like, such as getting a job or applying for a credit card, he sticks me with all the bills normally paid by the fund. $800 a month rent in an apartment he picked for me, $6,000 a semester tuition, whatever hasn't already been paid. So to recap, I have zero credit history. Account is in my name, but tied to his credit because he is the administrator, and a part-time job. that I applied for while he was busy trying to win back my mom. I don't qualify for financial aid or student loans because of the trust, but I can't actually use a trust to pay expenses. I ended up sleeping on an ex's couch for nearly a month because he and I had a little disagreement about whether I was coming home for the summer. However, he does have one weakness: he craves approval. If I fail to thrive, it reflects poorly on him as a father, which he apparently really cares about. So, I told him, if he didn't cut the sheet, I was going to drop out of school and work for city sanitation. He is much more cooperative now. My mother and father had a messy breakup. Although they got married in England, the court case happened in Ireland. First and foremost, it got bad when she said to my dad, after a bad argument, she was going home to see her mum for a bit. Turned out she secretly took me as well and went into hiding for 6 months to try and keep me without any legal proceeding, etc. Luckily for my father, he had got me a passport from day one, as a friend of his had told him stories about mothers taking kids away to their home countries and the kids not able to return. So anyway, because of the passport, the British police were able to track my whereabouts and found my mother. This is when the court case happened. My mother was a nurse and actually quite well paid, but she could never keep a pound in her pocket. In the build up to the case, she deliberately resigned her post so that she could get the court case paid for free. My dad had a minimum wage job and applied for the same legal help, but because he was earning and also was still living in the family house, he was deemed to have too many assets to get legal aid. Long story short, my dad had to sell the house to pay for the court case, whilst my mother used legal aid lawyers as much as she wished. When it came to the court case, my father was scared of losing me to my mother and her family. However, my mother was more paranoid. As the court case was in Ireland, she tried to plant hardcore pornography into his luggage so that when he arrived in Ireland he would get arrested. Thankfully, my mother is a blabbermouth, and her sister's husband, Vincent, who was actually a policeman, told my dad. My father arrived in court with the testimony from Vincent, and this dented her case from the start. My mother then unleashed a bunch of lies about physical abuse from all members of my family. However, it was thrown out of court when there were no witnesses, evidence, and one of the people accused was actually disabled. My mother has since then tried to pollute my mind so that whenever I visited her at a young age, told me lies about my dad. It really messed with my head, but I don't see her anymore. She has tried to befriend us numerous times, but it's hard to forget. She may be reformed, she may be sorry, but it's hard to trust. Not a lawyer, but witnessed and helped a friend through a divorce. A man I met had an abusive wife. She had tried to strangle him with a phone cord, stab him, and had had 2 entire children with other men out of wedlock. Yes, he knows he should have left sooner but didn't. He did leave though. When he decided to file, the wife lost her sheet. She started doing things like driving by his known whereabouts to see if he was actually there, even thought they were separated. He had moved back into his parents. Keep in mind that this was before scheduled visitation, so there wasn't anything to keep her from doing it. Imagine that he had talked to her about a kid exchange at 10 AM. She would get herself worked up into a tizzy over sheet and then drive them over to his parents' house at like 6/7 am, not even wait till they answered the door, knock, and dive off, and leave the kids literally standing on the doorstep. She also started calling his parents and asking where he was. She also slashed his tires and keyed his car on several occasions. She stole his possessions. She emailed the lawyer in anger several times, and it was like dealing with 32-year-old 5-year-old. Keep in mind that he was actually doing her many solids. The fact that he loved her at the time and told her that he would stay to raise the first baby from another man with her. Whatever, I think he was stupid and shoulder left, but hey, not my life, right? She didn't get a lawyer through the whole affair. She was definitely the most insane woman I had never had the horrific experience of meeting. Not a divorce lawyer, but I have a tale about it because of my uncle and his ex-wife. He married a woman who had a kid from a previous marriage. She was always taking the ex-husband to court over custody and child support. She said the ex-husband was an alcoholic and frequently withdrew at a job because of that. My uncle and her have a kid together. She ends up cheating on him. She moves 1 state over to be with the guy she cheated with while they are getting divorced. She tries to argue that he shouldn't have custody on the grounds that he smokes, while she herself is even more of a smoker than he is. Judge doesn't agree to that, but does make him pay child support. No alimony is awarded. Condition of child support is at least every other weekend he gets custody along with 3 full weeks during the summer and Christmas. This goes on for about 2 years. She tries to change it a few times to give him less visitation, but it doesn't work. She ends up moving another state away. She argues that she can't pay for the son to see his father. She and her new husband make easily 5 times what my uncle does. Court decides they have to split it. She demands that her son arrive by plane instead of both driving to a halfway point, like they have been. This happens for a while. She starts to claim son is autistic, allergic to everything, inattentive to the extreme, and phobic of traveling. She tries to get the court to give her sole custody, but he still has to pay child support. Her argument is that, unless he moves to the same state, that the son is being traumatized by having to travel so far. All these issues that he supposedly has are not evident by my family or the psychologist that examined him. This luckily gets no traction from the court. Unfortunately, my uncle gets diagnosed with cancer. He had some health problems for a few months before being diagnosed. The type he had was extremely aggressive and treatment had to start immediately. Surgery and chemo was prescribed as treatment. He has a girlfriend at this time and plenty of family members willing to take care of son so that he can visit my uncle. Ex-wife decides to push custody again upon hearing of uncle's illness. Court doesn't like that uncle is not really able to respond to her pushing the issue. Divorce lawyer visits my uncle basically saying you aren't going to win this case. Just give it up. It has been 6 years since then. My uncle has fully recovered. He has not seen his son since 3 weeks before he was diagnosed. He gets to talk to him on the phone once in a blue moon. She moved another 2 states away during this time. He still pays child support. She sends back any presents my uncle tries to send to his son. Bonus, there is a decent suggestion that she is somewhat negligent and or abusive with her kids. Her first son hid as soon as someone started to raise their voice. He broke his arm several times from falling down the stairs. She broke her hand trying to beat the sheet out of my uncle once in a drunken rage. My uncle's son seemed to northeast overly ecstatic that my uncle, his girlfriend, and my family interacted with him. From what we gathered, watching TV and playing video games are the only thing he is allowed to do at his mother's house. Books are considered too expensive. He never goes anywhere besides school. He isn't allowed to go over anyone's house or have anyone over. He has been dropped off for vicissitudes with bunches of bruises from tripping in the backyard. Anytime my uncle tried to bright any of this up to the court, it was quickly pushed aside. This is all to my best understanding of things. I might have missed a few details here and there. I don't know why the court ruled as they did for things. This isn't really a divorce story but something that involves our dad trying to take me from her. Last year in November my brother came to our house saying that he was depressed and suicidal. Our mom honestly being the amazing loving mother she told our dad, and he was a dick about it. When she told him he said that he was just being a little bitch and that he should suck it up and demanded for her to bring him back as my brother did live with him because of his behavior the year prior last year. She said no and called the cops so she can be legally safe and won't get screwed over if my dad tries to pull something. The cop came around 11 at night and told her that he could press charges in court, but to have more guns she should take him to the hospital and get a mental exam. So she took him and the cop escorted them. 6 or 7 in the morning they came back, got some clothes, and took him to a mental hospital in Austin, Texas. He spends probably 5 days there because our dad wanted him out. When our mom and our dad went to the hospital and talked about signing him out with the hospital, our dad's direct words were, he doesn't need this shit. My house isn't a play down house. If he wants to kill himself then let him. Even though the other 3 kids run over their mom and him, like legit they won't listen till they get their tablets and stuff taken away, and even still probably they won't care. I ain't raising any beaches. Even though he's a beach himself, as one time he was too scared to even call my mom when I lost my glasses during summer. So the hospital then let them both talk to my brother separately, then told the parents that he will need to stay an extra day. Dad left and they talked to our mom and told her that we honestly scared to give my brother back to our dad. So our mom got her attorney and went to court. During that my dad said she was unfit to take care of me and other baby brother and that I should go live with him even though he's the one without health insurance or anything on our brother, and that it took him the 2 years he had my brother just to get him glasses. Also he missed his needed 16-year-old wellness shots. After that he obviously lost the case. I think it took them an hour or 4 just to settle the case. And my brother went to go live with him again as he told the hospital that this was basically a joke / just a small mental break, even though to me it seems real, and I think that my dad threatened him to disown him or something if he doesn't go with him. And month later my brother tells our mom basically go away. And then at the end of December he texted her a picture of the bill and said dad told me to send this to you and that you have to pay for it. She called and asked for dad and basically said fuck you, you're a little bitch if you don't want to pay for the bill and I'm not going to pay for that. He's under your roof and custody, so fuck off. After that my mom was in $5,000 in debt because of the attorney and the hospital trip. After that nothing really, she was stressed but relaxed as they lower the payments, and in March they took off one hospital bill for my baby brother's birth, and when they took my baby brother to get a mental test to see if he's autistic they lower the cost significantly. Not a divorce lawyer, just a kid who's been through shit. When my mom was dating my dad, they're both shit. She married him and found out a secret that was really near to him, which was he liked cross-dressing. She didn't like this, yet they married and had me. She accused my dad of molesting my cousin and I, and got her sister in on it too, and manipulated everyone in the family of it. I remember specifically her telling me what to say in counseling and tell her friends. He never did it, and he fought it and won. My mom just wanted money and is very unstable. They got divorced when I was a kid. He did follow through with seeing my brother and I, and it hurt him, but at the same time he took that hurt and threw it back at us. Our mother was also a abusive drunk and did touch us. I went back and forth and finally to foster care when I was 15. I don't have a relationship anymore. Never really could say I did. He took what my mom did to him, and because he didn't take care of it, he decided to throw it on me because I'm more like my mom than my brother. He's remarried several years ago, and my stepmom hates me as well. My brother is going to live with him soon, and I don't know how he's going to do. Our mother ruined my father, ruined a relationship between us, and has really dug my grave. A friend got divorced and shortly after lost his job, thus not being able to make alimony payments. It was percentage of income with a minimum, so even unemployed he was on the hook. He applied everywhere, but was unable to find a good job, and the ex was getting legal pressure on him for the non-payment. I should also mention that at this point she was living with a guy making good money and keeping her in a nice lifestyle, but was specifically avoiding marrying him for the sole purpose of dragging alimony out of my friend. This was during Bush's Afghanistan adventure, so to avoid jail my friend signed an agreement stating that he would enlist. The day after signing the agreement he gets a call back from one of the companies he's interviewed with, and they want to hire him on for a nice salary. He goes to the ex and says, good news, I'll be able to make alimony payments with this new job, and since it's based on a percentage of income she'll get $. His wife refers to the agreement stating that he would enlist. She'd rather he be in an active combat zone than she get more money. He goes before a judge and they say, yep, you signed an agreement, so join the Army. Point bonus, as this was just a few years after 9/11, his whole boot platoon was gung-ho kill Haji, and the fact that he was, for some reason, not as excited as everyone else meant he was deemed insufficiently patriotic, and he was told over and over that as soon as he was in the field he would suffer a friendly fire incident. He suffered a nervous breakdown and was discharged. I saw him a few times after, and he was not the same guy I knew before. Not a divorce lawyer, but I heard about a guy who was madly in love with this girl, but she really wasn't interested in him. She was pretty much just a gold digger. She came from a troubled past and looked to him for security, but not much else. As you'd imagine, then things were very one-sided between the two of them, but the guy didn't mind cause he was hopelessly infatuated with her. The dude ended up moving them to a nice piece of land across the country in order to build a little paradise for his wife, but she didn't even want to go. He was so focused in giving her something nice he never even paid attention to the fact that she wasn't into it. Anyway, he built this real big house and it's very nice, and they find out that his wife is pregnant. Well, his wife is not happy about it at all, but the man is very excited about having a child, and even more so when they find out it's twins. Well, the wife is so angry she even tries to abort the children, but she fails and eventually has the children anyways. By this point she is sick and tired of her husband and now the children she was forced to have, and she's mad. One day she got her husband alone and actually shot him. He survived and was fine, but this final signal of disdain from his wife really messed with him. The man wasn't the same after that. He never really did get back on his feet, and for a long time he left his twin boys in neglect while others took care of them. His wife ran away after the shooting and was never charged. She lived in hiding nearby for a very long time. Definitely one of the worst failed marriages I ever heard of. Not a lawyer, and thankfully this hasn't happened to me, but it's a story I heard back from a friend back in my uni days. A family of, I believe it was 4, a son and a daughter. Son was older, but I didn't ask for details, were living a comfortable life, with the mother being the breadwinner as a doctor and the husband being a personal trainer. They agreed that the husband's wages would be used to pay the bills whilst the wife would build up their bank account and pay for the holidays, the groceries, etc. Happily married for 15 years. Then the wife finds out that the husband has been having an affair for 3 years and the money that was meant to be going to bills came out of their joint account and he'd been paying for her lifestyle. Make a note of what I just said, by the way. This is going to come up again later. The wife finds out and files for divorce the next day. This is when the shit happens. For a start, he says openly she can have the house. Kind of him, right? But he wants the kids, the car and spousal support. He also alleges that she's an unstable human and has molested the kids. They cover these a bit at a time, and when they get through the list she's found to be stable and there's no medical evidence that the kids have been molested, and he claims that she's used her contacts in the hospital to bury the evidence. This triggers an investigation and indeed affects her job so much so that due to politics in the hospital she is refused a promotion that would have been hers, though it clears her and her friends who did the investigation. Judgment comes around, and with no evidence, the judge ends up giving them a 50/50 split of the kids. The husband is willing to go down to visitation if he gets more money. Judge agrees. He ends up getting, I think it ended up as 60% of her income at the end of it. Divorce ends amicably. Point ordered it. Remember what I said about the house? Turns out for a while he hasn't been paying the bills, so when the divorce ends, she gets her month's notice of eviction, with 2 kids. Went through a horrible divorce 3 years ago. We were married for 8 years with 2 kids. I had him jailed a few times during our marriage for domestic violence. One day, I packed up with my clothes, my kids, their clothes, and we left. I did not care anything about any material possession we had acquired. I just wanted my kids and I wanted out. We went to my parents' home 3 hours away. I had no job and a finite amount of savings. He was super angry. He spent the next 9 weeks partying his ass off. He did not see our kids during this time period. Well, one day, he decides he wants to get them for a weekend. My kids wanted to go, and so I let them. Big mistake. He ended up keeping my kids from me. I called the cops, only to be told this was a civil matter and there was nothing I could do but bring my case in front of a judge. I ended up getting a decent bartending job and finally paid a lawyer my retainer. By this time, he had the kids for 2 months. Once I hired a lawyer, so did he. First court date comes, his lawyer pushes it off. Still haven't seen my kids. Second court date comes, his lawyer pushes it off again. Still, can't see my kids. By the time we made it in front of a judge, he had had the kids for 8 months. He also couldn't pass a drug test. I passed a hair and a urine. He told the judge he refused to take one because he knew he would fail, but only for marijuana. The judge, just faking, takes his word for it only being marijuana and tells my ex that his drug using days need to be over. Then the judge proceeded to hand him custody because he had had the kids for so long and the judge thought they needed to stay with him since they had been with him for so long. He didn't get in trouble for keeping them from me for no reason. He didn't get in trouble for his admitted drug use. He has physical custody and we both have joint legal. Most people think for a mom to lose custody, she had to have been horrible, but it's just not true. I had a job, my own place, no drugs, no alcohol. The only mistake I made was letting that motherfucker come pick the kids up that day. There is not a day that goes by that I don't cry over that day in court. I went from being their complete caretaker to being a part-time mom, not by my own choice. I die a little every day. I hate the family court system. Not a lawyer, just a bystander, while my business partner is in the middle of an ugly divorce. The cunt wants the house, his farming equipment and half of all his sheep, plus $300,000. She doesn't know shit about farming. She doesn't even need the equipment. She just wants it to fuck him over, so he can't have them to get his crops planted in time. And with the sheep, some of these sheep are worth thousands and these animals have taken years to breed to look the way they do. She and all the lawyers are demanding he sell everything and give her half. So he's selling me a bunch of them for $100 a head, which is far less than what they are worth. So he only has to give them each $50 a head. He buys back the ones he wants, and I keep the rest, and he continues to breed, or sells for their true worth. Edit. I should also mention I own half interest in a ram worth $10,000 with this man. The beach came to me demanding a slaughter this beast of a ram, and give her half the money. I sent her on her way, went to the lawyer. Luckily they told her, since someone else had interest in that animal they'd have to let my partner keep his interest in him, and he'd remain untouched by all this. Edit upon an edit. It's also worth mentioning slaughter price for a sheep is roughly $1 a pound. She wanted me to slaughter a $10,000 animal for $150 bucks. Fact no. And she's forcing her husband to do it. Not a divorce lawyer, but what my mom did to my dad has to be up there. I was less than a year old, and evidently she decided she didn't want to be married anymore. Being who she is, she threatened to take me and move across the country. My dad, being who he is, told her that there was no way he was going to allow her to move across the country with me. After some back and forth, they came to an agreement where he said he wouldn't contest custody, and in exchange she would stay in the area we currently lived. This was the early 80s, so men didn't exactly have a lot of options when it came to custody hearings. The day after the divorce papers were signed, she called and told him he needed to come see me because she was moving across the country the next day. She followed through, and my dad kept up contact the best he could, flew out so he could see me and bring me back a couple times a year so I would be exposed to my family, etc. A few years later, she would eventually move back to the area, so my relationship with my dad has been pretty good since. I didn't find out the truth about everything that went down. I knew I lived in the South for a couple years when I was really little, but I didn't know the details. A few years ago, I don't speak to my mother anymore. She's also a bit of a sociopath and lies about everything in life. Regarding my dad, he's one of the best people I've ever known. I see and talk to him and his side of the family regularly. Not a divorce lawyer, but work in the mortgage industry. The nastiest situations I have come across had to do with the mortgage. The most common thing I'd see was that the courts would decide that one person, party A, gets to keep the home, but the only name on the loan paperwork is party B, who is none too happy about losing it. I've seen the party B do everything in their power to irreparably fuck the mortgage up beyond repair before the courts can compel anyone to do anything about it. They will immediately revoke any authorizations for the party A or their attorney immediately. We have to comply. Party B is the borrower of record. Cancel insurance on the property and not replace it with a new one. This is very bad as it means the mortgage company is required by the terms of the note to buy its own, usually more expensive, and with sheet coverage, insurance policy and make it part of the monthly mortgage payment, and even if you give the mortgage company new insurance info they will make it part of the loan payment permanently, which can raise the payment by hundreds. They can let the taxes go delinquent, which results in the same thing as the insurance lapse. We pay the taxes and make it part of the payment for the life of the loan. Whoever ends up with the home will be due the original taxes we paid, plus penalty on top of the increase for adding the taxes alone. It's a mess. I've seen Party B the house also accidentally leave the door unlocked and someone came in and tore up the place. By the time the courts can move to compel Party B to sign over the responsibilities, so they can't do these things anymore, the loan's payment has gone from $987 per month to $1,265 per month. Principal and interest plus adding the insurance to the loan plus paying us back for the first premium plus taxes are now part of the payment plus the first installment we had to pay plus penalties for said first tax installment. The loan is behind by 3 or more payments and Party A may have to go into loss mitigation to save the property for foreclosure. Very long and painful process which Party B can delay by refusing to send his side of the paperwork required, which we cannot proceed without, period, meaning the house falls further behind and foreclosure becomes more likely, and we, the mortgage company, can't do anything to reverse it because we are literally just doing our job and executing the note and deed of trust as they read, which is our only choice in the matter. We can't pick sides, even if one party is clearly out to fuck the other. The kicker is that if Party A isn't listed on the loan as an authorized party, we can't even tell them they may not want this house anymore for the insane baggage it's going to dump on them the moment they sign the property fully into their name. I use Party A and B because I have seen this both ways, where the wife gets the house and the husband does all he can to fuck her over, and in the cases where the husband gets the property and the wife is the one doing all the underhanded shit. Divorces are a mess and I've only talked about when both parties are signed to the mortgage note. Not a lawyer, but family fun. My uncle's ex-wife turned into a drug-popping alcoholic in her 40s seemingly out of the blue. He used to run a compression sleeve outfit for burn patients and people with blood flow issues. He made good money, and like a lot of people in his field, flubbed the Medicaid and Medicare stuff a tiny bit to help people get coverage for things they needed but couldn't afford. When she found out he was divorcing her, she got into the heads of the people at his office and got them to report him to the feds. They raided his office, seized all his accounts and almost threw him in jail. She then set off a series of custody hearings that have left me with absolutely no hope of fairness, and the system has never allowed to practice in the medical field again. The only thing he did for 25 years and they took all his business funds, leaving him with very little. Since he paid himself monthly, he had to sell his house and give up his dog. A dog that was the biggest sweetheart ever and loved the fuck out to that kid. That dog would have died for that kid. She was a rottie and the courts ruled her a danger to the child. That depleted the rest of his savings. He ended up getting money from my grandmother to move away from her. For some faked up reason he chose Florida originally. My uncle's ex failed the court ordered drug tests during custody hearings. When she came in high as a kite, she failed them again before the next court hearing even got started. He got 1 year of custody before she could appeal again for full custody. She was arrested that year for stealing pills from the neighbor's house and has had multiple DUIs. Since then she no longer has a license. The courts would still give her a good chance of getting custody if she tried. He actually let the kid go stay with her mom's side recently as she's rebelling, and he only knows how to control the grandparents are well off. So they basically provided everything and she was supposed to live with them. They gave the kid a phone as a birthday gift since she was turning 15 I think. Faking awful with birthdays. About a week into being there, they sent her to her mom's when she decided she didn't like living in a house full of drug addicts that was constantly changing in who lived there. She asked to go back to her dad's early. The grandparents and mother took the phone from her, refused to give her away back to her dad, and forced him to drive to Wisconsin from Georgia just to get his kid back. Now my uncle's a piece of shit in his own ways, but he doesn't take back gifts from her and tell her she's a terrible person. The faked up part is my side of the family has repeatedly said we will take the kid since he's having problems with her behavior and he doesn't understand how to handle it. He refuses because he thinks me and my mother are bad influences. He thinks this because neither of us make $100k a year or more like he used to. Not divorce lawyer, but work in a field that deals with this crap daily. Ontario, Canada. Worst I've seen is a husband arrested for assaulting his wife, gets restraining order to remain 150 meters away from victim. Husband measures out the distance and follows her everywhere, clearly intimidating her. Arrested again for criminal harassment. Gets PP spanked pretty hard. So what does the do? Goes to family court. Says his children, 3 of them from another relationship, want to spend time with victim's children, also from different relationship. Court allows him access to the kids. Oldest teen daughter is allowed to bang any guy she wants and smoke dope and drink. She's like 15, so of course she's a lost cause because now she doesn't want to go back to mom's. Son is allowed to smoke dope and skip school and play video games all day. He's like 12, so of course he's running away from mom's house to go to stepdad's house. The whole faked up thing was that the dude didn't even have his biological kids living with him. He lied to the courts and they didn't investigate at all. Took it for face value and now these kids are faked. Because of it. Only ray of sunshine that came out of it was that the courts found out about him lying and hammered him hard. But still, kids are faked in the head now because of an asher who wanted to royal fuck his ex. Obligatory, not a lawyer, but my dad worked his ass off for years and finally managed to buy a house for his family. Me, him, mom. We lived in that house a few years. Dad was working 2 jobs to pay the house while still having all the money we needed to pay bills, have good food, and also not having me miss anything. I had good food, school, toys, and he was also working to turn the 2nd floor of the house into an apartment for me. For when I was old enough. He wasn't getting much sleep, but he still managed to do everything and still spend time with me and my mom. To this day, I believe an alien stung him injecting him with some superpower sheet. My mom never worked except for occasional 1 day worth of working, like if the local pud needed help with cleaning. It's not that she couldn't find a job, she just liked to stay at home and watch TV. Anyway, one day he comes home to find a divorce letter. My mom never even mentioned him the possibility of that happening. She acted normal the whole time. I don't know how it works in the US or wherever you read or live, but where I live, when you get married, you can pick between 2 options, among other things. The options being, everything bought by the 2 parts during marriage belongs to both. This does not include something one may inherit or is gifted. Second option is, if one buys something, it belongs to that person only. My dad picked the dumb option considering my mom never owned anything, and so the house belonged to both, not just him, even though my mom didn't pay anything. That ended up in my dad having to basically live in his car for a long time. They also had a shared bank account, which my mom kept using, as long as she could. The things my mom blamed my dad in court were lies. He blamed him of being an alcoholic. He blamed him of beating her, and he blamed him of not spending time with me, while as you read above, he managed to spend time with me despite working a lot. He didn't really have time to be an alcoholic, though he did, on occasion, go to have a beer with friends. My aunt backed my mom up, lying to the court and to me, even though I was there the whole time and I knew full well the type of man my dad was. After the divorce, my dad had to still pay for the house and he couldn't sell it, because my mom, partially owning it, refused, even if she didn't live there anymore. My dad also had to pay my mom for my stuff, even though she left me with her family, and she kept the money to keep doing what she always did. Nothing, while she moved with a dentist. There's a somewhat of a happy ending. I finally managed to move with my dad, and we also managed to sell the house. The day we went there with the guys buying it, I saw the conditions my mom left it. Rats devoured a lot of stuff, including lots of things my dad was fond of, a comic book collection that would now be very valuable among other things, and the house was just in awful conditions, covered in rat sheet. But we did sell it, and I did move with my dad. One day I also went to see my mom to get my stuff back, some gold stuff as it was tradition, to buy gold stuff for newborns, my old video games and so on. She sold everything. I haven't heard from her since, and that was 15 years ago. She called my dad twice in the last 5 years. First time to let him know that my grandma died. The second time to apologize about a letter my grandpa sent me, telling me how much of a shit person my dad is, and how much of a disappointment I am. Both times she tried to sweet talk my dad, and both times she didn't even mention my name. I represented myself in a recent shenanigan. My son's mother I won't call her an ex-wife. She is just an egg donor. The divorce was final in 2000, on my son's first birthday. She left because I was in the army. But that isn't the story I'm here to tell. Sometime in late 2014, I bought my first new car. Wasn't much of a car, a small Mitsubishi hatchback. It turned out to be a great little car. The person who liked it the most was my soon-to-be 14-year-old son. I imagine he went home that weekend telling his mom about dear old dad's bright blue brand new Jelly Bean. I think it was late December, early January. I got a letter in the mail, something from a lawyer wanting to change the venue of the divorce to the county I live in. Which is weird. Judge shopping. I go to the hearing. Lawyer has put the wrong courtroom on the paperwork, so instead of courtroom 4th, I'm sitting in courtroom 6th where cases of a more criminal nature are being heard. Judge asks if there is anyone he hasn't called. I stand, give a case number. He says I'm supposed to be in another courtroom. I show him the paperwork. He sighs, apologizes, calls downstairs to the right room where they are wrapping up. I go downstairs, speak to the correct judge. Another date is set. I go to that date. Venue is set to my county, and nobody seems to know why, least of all the pencil-necked lawyer hired by the egg donor. I hear nothing else for a year. I got on our state's court website to see when the other shoe would drop and see if it would hit me. I find I've missed not one, but 4 court dates. I've never been given paperwork of any kind, never served. I look up the next date. I dress nice, trim my beard, tie my hair back with a black ribbon, and make an appearance. I can't even get into the courtroom. I wait in the hall for it to clear out. I get in there, and the question comes around. Is there anyone I haven't called? I stand. I'm not on the list. I explained what I've just explained to you all. The judge looks, and she explains that the egg donor has been called and wasn't here. She then goes on and explains to me that I didn't have to be here if I wasn't served. I sheepishly admit that I didn't know and that I thought it wouldn't hurt to appear since my name was on the docket. The judge notes that this is about a 14-year-old divorce and asks what it is about. I admit I don't know and haven't been told. Judge gets angry and speaks a few words about vindictive women wasting the court's time. I say that I would stop it if I could, and the judge speaks the most beautiful words. You can't stop it, but I can. I'm adding an order to make this divorce, child custody, and child support order expressly unmodifiable for the next 2 years. Have a good day, sir. This was May of 2016 that the order was placed. Son turns 18 later this year. My state does not change child support retroactively. Moral of the story: don't be the woman who angers a female family court judge, because your ex-spouse won't have to screw you over. Not a lawyer, but my parents got a nasty divorce. Lasted 8 years. Both went well into debt, say well over 10k with legal fees alone. Technically still married. My mom in year 6/8 of divorce starts quietly proceeding with bankruptcy claims with her lawyer as they finally get to agreements to final the divorce with my dad and his lawyer. Last second my mom claims and is granted bankruptcy. The divorce is finalized and my dad is somehow forced to pay off a decent portion of my mom's life debt. I'm not 100% how she and her lawyer did it, cause I was under the impression that bankruptcy erased previous debt, but every month, my dad, being the stubborn and petty man he is, would show me the bill and check he wrote for the debt, ranging $700 to $1,200 a month, as well as the alimony and child support checks. Side note, my 18th birthday he took me out, thinking it was cause I became a man. It was a trip to a 5-star restaurant to celebrate his last child support check for me. Got a good meal that night, I guess. Anyway, my mom's lawyer also got my dad to agree to taking possession of the house last second. My mom lived in the house 7 out of 8 divorce years. They bought it during the housing boom of the millennium, and then it lost half its value in the '07 recession. My mom knew this and let the house break down for 7 years. Roof leaked, paint chipped, floors scratched to hell, etc. My dad finally just sold the house in 2017, barely paying off the colossal repairs he made and mortgage that had over 70% owed. He really was expecting to get 100k more, but the slate roof cost 50k more. If it had the yearly upkeep it needed those years my mom lived there. My mom isn't a monster really. My dad slept with over 20 to 30 women over the course of 7 years my mom claims. She once left a homemade porn video accidentally open on his work laptop she found, so she could confront him. Well, I was the next one to use that laptop to play a video game. That was something I wish I could see back. My mom doesn't know that happened. My dad and I kept it to ourselves, but I'll never forgive my mom for that. Maybe my dad lied and left it open, but my dad said it was in his email and my mom found it on his email and loaded it to his computer. Saw the timestamp and my dad was out of town with the laptop home while it was downloaded. I'll never forgive my mom for that ever. But end of story. It was nasty divorce. I see my dad once a year cause he moved across the country cause my mom got his family to turn on him and he lost contact with his brothers and my sister. Haven't talked in 7 years. Dad wasn't invited to the wedding. He hated living in Philly and had to move he claimed. I love my dad, but I can see why my sister and mom hate him. I also secretly hate my mom for turning my sister against my dad and allowing the divorce to drag out so long, as well as tampering in my dad's family. It really has faked with my life. Talk to my mom once a month maybe, more because I can't ignore calls anymore. Maybe I'm a shit son, but 8 years of divorce as a kid made me want out of Dodge once I hit 18, and I'm currently 3/4 is through my graduate degree, and I'm 100% independent from my parents at 23. Not perfect but happy to be on my own finally after 8 years of hell and multiple uncomfortable and sour years that currently litter the present. Not a lawyer. My brother was with this crazy chick for about 4 years. He had 2 surprise daughters with her, even though she was on birth control. He had 4 years of her only working minimum wage jobs, while he worked endless overtime as a welder, to support the 4 of them. She would hold a job for 3 months tops then get fired because of something someone else did or everyone was mean to her. Then she would sit at home while searching for a new job and complain to my brother at the end of his 12 to 16-hour shifts about how he needed to cook dinner and clean the house. All she would do while he was gone was sit on the couch, watch TV and yell at their kids. She would openly admit to us how she never cooked for her girls and they would go entire mornings/afternoons without food until my brother came home from work because she was too lazy to cook. She ate constantly and was nice and fat though. At the end of the 4 years my brother finally left her and she went berserk. She called the cops on him and filed a false claim about how he hit her all the time, told her he was going to kill her and bury her out back and all sorts of insanity. She took their kids from him and got him locked out of his own house, even though his name was the only name on the title, for 9 long months. She never went to the house and she locked one of his dogs and cats in the house the whole time. She only fed and cared for them once a week according to neighbors. She fought for full custody through the whole thing and bragged to their joint babysitter, who is my brother's close friend, about how she was going to win and how much money she was going to get out of him in child support. When he was finally able to get into his house she had completely trashed it. His dog had pupped and peed on every inch of the floor and was a complete anxious wreck. She had cut the line to his furnace and all his pipes froze and broke over the winter. The cat was never seen again. By the end of it, he managed to win 50/50 custody. She lives in a government apartment getting $90 a week from child support and working only 20 hours a week, but still keeps telling people twisted stories about how my brother abused her, how she deserves more support and other BS stories. About a year ago there was a criminal prosecution in the district court where a mother attempted to prevent her ex from having access to the children through an elaborate series of sophisticated fraud, the main parts being having the children's DNA samples collected under incorrect names, impersonating lawyers involved in the proceedings in the paternity testing company, including the creation of fake email accounts, creating fake court orders to instruct the paternity testing company to do what she wanted, the main instruction being only send paternity test results to her, editing the received paternity test results to change them to show the ex was not the father prior to forwarding them to the lawyers, while impersonating the paternity testing company point the mother attempted to deceive the court and father as to the real paternity of the children. Her intent was to ensure the court would rule that her ex was not the father of the children and he would then be cut out of the children's lives with no recourse. The mother was unfaithful and this occurred after the mother remarried to a new partner. Fortunately for the father, her forged paternity test results were not perfect, resulting in the paternity testing company being contacted, and her deception was uncovered. Though it appears her plan came very close to succeeding, a police investigation into her crimes commenced. She was prosecuted by the state and charged with 2 counts of attempt to pervert justice, to which she pleaded guilty. She received an 18-month prison sentence, eligible for parole after 9 months. According to recent decisions of the Prisoner Review Board, it appears a mother was recently released on parole after serving half of her prison sentence. Not a lawyer, but the story of my parents' divorce is pretty faked. I was 16 and my little sister was 5. My mom cheats on my dad, tells everyone including my little sister when she gets found out, and files for divorce. A couple days later she disappears with my little sister and my dad gets served a restraining order and charged with assault. The judge dismisses all that because it's baseless, but the divorce hearing happens before the assault hearing, so she gets to point to those charges and play battered wife in front of the divorce judge. On the topic of custody, her lawyer says she wants full custody of her daughter. He can have the boy because getting the house is pretty much guaranteed to whoever gets custody of the little kid. On top of that, she gets her BFF, the housing contractor, to drum up an estimate for about $95,000 worth of needed repairs to a home valued around $100,000, so the house didn't even count for anything as far as equitable division of marriage assets. And the worst part is that she just flat wouldn't let my dad or me have visitation with my sister. At least in Oklahoma, if someone doesn't honor the visitation schedule in the divorce, all you can do is pay a lawyer a few $1,000s that you don't have just to go back to court. Even then, any command the judge makes isn't going to have any more teeth than the initial ruling. So my dad saw his daughter maybe once a year for the last 5 years of his life. I'm currently in the middle of a divorce. No kids, thank goodness, but there is a pretty decent pile of assets. We had probably $50k in joint assets, equity in house plus cash accounts, but our goal was to get through the divorce while doing as little damage to each other, financially and emotionally, as possible. So I didn't hire a lawyer, and she took me to the cleaners. She got the car, the house, and everything inside it in exchange for a meager one-time cash payment. That said, I'm not salty about it, because even if I had hired a lawyer and contested things, I probably wouldn't have gotten much more. Even with an uncontested divorce, we were looking at $5k in legal fees. If I had hired a lawyer, that easily would have ballooned to $15k, $30k depending on how much I was contesting. Now maybe my situation is unique, in that my ex and I still deeply love each other, just the kind of love that means sometimes we hate each other. But I would rather see her have that money than some divorce lawyer. Do I wish she were a bit more generous to me and wanted to split things more evenly? Of course, and we fought about it for weeks. But at the end of the day, I saw that she was acting emotionally and absolutely would fight it to the end. She felt that this split was even, like, legitimately believed it, and that me pushing for any more would be seen as me trying to screw her. So I just dropped it and took the offer on the table. Those legal fees, for both of you, come out of the joint asset pool. A contested divorce just doesn't make sense in most cases, even if you have a lot of money, and even if you think you're getting screwed. I'm not a lawyer. This happened to a friend as told by him. I can't verify the validity of any of it. Friend's wife has an affair. She completely ghosts her husband, moves to England for 3 years to be with her affair partner. No communication while she is gone. She doesn't even talk to their 2 teenage children, boys. Friend doesn't file for divorce or abandonment or anything else like that for reasons that I don't know. He eventually meets a really nice woman and they start dating. About the time that he is finally motivated to end his legally existing but non-existent marriage, the wife's affair partner dumps her and she flies back the USA and begs for friend to take her back. She threatens suicide if he doesn't break up with his girlfriend and let her move back into their house. He capitulates. She lives with friend for long enough to re-establish the relationship and then files for divorce. She proceeds to get child support, alimony, etc. because he had an affair. She gets the alimony, a fraction of his income, as long as she doesn't remarry. After about 10 years, the ex-wife sort of remarries. There is a ceremony, there are rings. None of it is legal though, such that he continues to have to pay alimony. Friend eventually decides that he wants to retire, resulting in the elimination of his income and her alimony. She literally sued him for retiring too early. I don't think that she won, but I haven't talked to him about it. He retired. He was a work friend. Not a divorce lawyer, but the son in a second divorce for my father. This was a few years back when it happened. Slight backstory is that he has serious depression, and when he was on meds he was a tolerable person and actually tried to save his declining marriage. Then he stopped taking his meds and became increasingly erratic and unhinged. My stepmom ended up seeking comfort and support from her now husband, and that sent my father over the edge in the whole thing. This was all before any sort of divorce was happening, and we all were told they were trying to salvage things through therapy and sleeping separately, etc. I don't know if there was any infidelity or if it was just she was seeking a close friend. I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to know. I just know for a while there was a lot of back and forth of who I trusted until the final court day when I knew my father was a piece of shit. They had finally separated and were in the process of divorce, and my father was given the choice of supporting his 2 kids with her, both young and under 8 at this point. I have 3 other siblings from his first marriage, my mom, with joint custody and joint child support. She definitely didn't want to take the kids from him despite how erratic and unstable he'd become. Mind you, this is after several months of separation and court dates. She'd moved on and was dating her new boyfriend. He's black. She's white, as is the rest of my immediate family. This is the important note, and he'd also moved on with a new girlfriend. I may even be mistaken, and that they'd already finished the divorce and were just trying to resolve the kids and custody. I was so detached from it all that I just never asked. So this last day of court my father is given the ultimatum of taking care of his kids with joint custody, the whole works. Instead of being a father, he decided to abandon his kids, make them legally not his, so he doesn't have to care for them. He gave up his children specifically because he couldn't stand the fact that they'd be partially raised by a black man. A black man who ended up adopting those kids and raising them a hell of a lot better than my supposed father would. Needless to say, not a single one of his children had spoken to him since. And to top it all off, his own father did essentially the same thing to his family. When my father was a toddler, his dad abandoned the family and was out of communication with everyone. When my father tried to reconnect with his dad, he'd found out that he died before he could actually meet him. You'd think he would realize that he's doing exactly what tore him up, trying to find his own dad. Now I'm trying my absolute best not to fall down the same path with my own wife, and whenever we decide to have kids, I'm terrified but also very conscious of my behavior on a daily basis. Broken families FTW. Not a divorce lawyer, but was with my now husband while he went through his divorce. His first wife lied about being on birth control and got pregnant enough times that it didn't make sense for her to work. She stayed home to raise the kids while he worked 60 to 80 hours a week to make enough money for her to have the big house in the country she wanted. When the kids reached school age, she refused to go back to work, also refused to do any housework, so he still had to do all the cooking and cleaning. When he finally got the gumption to leave her, she stayed in the house. Before he could get his direct deposit changed, she moved his entire paycheck to her sole account. Poisoned the kids against him. One daughter still doesn't speak to him. The other he gets to see twice a month for 8 hours at a time, if that. Most of the time, ex-wife makes plans for the daughter on those days, so he misses out on the little time he gets. She also told the court that I was dangerous, without any proof. Mind you, they agreed that I would not be permitted around the kids, although I have shared custody of my kids with my ex and an amicable relationship with him. Our kids are happy and healthy. The court asked for no supporting documentation of whatever homicidal tendencies she states I have. Her 2 sons eventually figured out the deal and no longer have contact with her. My husband and I see them often, and they are well-adjusted adults. Just a few of my favorite moments throughout the 4-year divorce debacle. Destroyed husband's motorcycle with a hammer, hit him in the head with a bag of tools, causing lasting damage which has required at least 2 surgeries so far. She was taken to jail, but had charges dropped with no explanation after giving a substantial pile of cash to a police officer living across the street, despite receiving upwards of $5,000 per month in support. Let house go into foreclosure. Never gave notices to husband until it was too late for him to do anything to save it. Told kids it was his fault. Had 2 jointly owned vehicles repossessed. Told the court she was going back to school for nursing so that she would receive extra alimony. Does not have to provide any supporting documentation. Took the entirety of my husband's 401k and 60% of all other assets. Refused to give husband access to any of his possessions in the house. Motorcycle gear, tools. His first career was as a mechanic. Clothing, a large book collection, etc. Sold it all at a yard sale. Told the court that he took it all to avoid giving him his allotted 40% share. Unfortunately, the court system in the state where they lived during their marriage is extremely preferential towards the mother, and she is usually able to put on a good front for the judge. In spite of all of this, my husband and I are extremely happy, are working to rebuild assets and credit, and are loving life. Her money will run out in a little under 2 years, and she has done nothing to attempt a return to the workforce, not even going back to school as she claimed to the judge. I refuse to let hate for her take up space in my head, so I choose to feel sorry for her and her continued anger and spite. It's been over 6 years since they separated, and she has maintained her current level of hatred since day one. It's always sad to me how 2 people who once liked each other enough to get married and have children can end up despising each other so much. This is very similar to my story, minus the tragedy of losing my father. It did come close at times though, with the Xanax and alcohol. My mom even went as far as to somehow acquire a black eye and fat lip the day before court. My dad had to stay at my aunt's in Baltimore for months after that. Their custody was split, but me and my siblings were raised by my dad. Despite this, my mom got half of everything, including his 30-year retirement. He still managed to buy me just about everything I wanted growing up, though now I realize I should have been more frugal. The first guy my mom dated was a man from the internet named Tom. He was from Buffalo and my mom was the other woman for his family as well. He wasn't a bad guy in the sense of how he treated us. Totally faking despised him for what he had done to my family, though. Still remember when I had a golden opportunity and saw his hand where my car door was. Slammed that door so hard and then pulled an OMG bruh, my B move. One of the highlights of my life and a truly cherished moment. Then came Dan and Henry, both in biker gangs. Pretty degenerate. Lots of stories there. To sum it up, there were a lot of arguments, fights and 911 calls. It was not fun. The divorce happened when I was 11. I'm now 28. My mom has since cleaned up her act and remarried to an actual great person. Seriously, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. My siblings say they don't hold anything against my mom. Not sure I believe them, but that's what they say. I love my mother. She's my mom and gave birth to me, and until I was 11 was perfect. However, you never forget. No matter how good things are going, it always lingers. Welp. That's the short version of my story. Hopefully this gets buried, since my brothers and sisters also use Reddit and will immediately know who I'm after reading this. But I want to share it. I'm not going to go into great detail, and I won't be answering questions. I'm just telling this tale, and then I'm gone. Back in the 1960s, my father was forced into getting a divorce with his first wife after he found out she was stealing from him. She was mostly just stealing money, but it apparently wasn't the only problem they were having. It was just the final nail in the coffin. Her brother was a lawyer and was able to mount a pretty good case against my father. From what he told us, she'd been able to get the court to believe he had beaten and raped her the night before they decided to get a divorce, and that was the true reason they were seeking a divorce. Obviously this was not true, but it was somehow enough for her to win complete control over the house he'd always lived in since he was born. My father was devastated, but decided to take it like a man and move on. saying he'd rather just forget about her and move on with his life. However, before he left, he tried to leave her with a set of instructions on how to take care of the house. The house was incredibly old and out in the woods and had just recently been wired up to electricity, done by an actual electrician, not my father. The house needed to be constantly maintained and required monthly upkeep. Normally, this wasn't a problem for my father, as he's always been a handyman, but his ex-wife just spit in his face and told him her new boyfriend could do it. Her new boyfriend was a much younger man, 19 years old to be exact, with the ex being 27, and didn't look like he knew how to do anything other than read a book. Well, my father left a note with everything to watch out for with the young man and left. It was just 6 months later when he received a call from his ex's brother asking if he still had some photos of her laying around. When he asked him why he needed them, the brother said that his ex and her boyfriend died in a house fire. Turns out the new boyfriend threw about the note and they went around bragging about having a nice big house to themselves and never once did any kind of repair to the building. My father thinks the wiring might have faulted and caused the fire, but he's not really sure. He didn't look into it too much because by that time he had already been dating my mother for 4 months and didn't care too much about the fate of his ex. He was sad he lost his childhood home though. Not a lawyer, but when I was younger, I had no idea how bad my dad left my mom in their divorce. He was in business as a mechanic, but had a lot of debt from buying tools and stuff. My mom was never a part of that business because my dad didn't want her to be a part of it. When they got divorced, the judge ruled that, even though they were married, because my mom wasn't a part of the business, everything he had taken on debt-wise for the business was his to shoulder. However, he fled the state. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years, all those bills started coming out of the woodwork, and they garnished my mom's wages. She fought it, showing the court order that the bills they were coming after her for were explicitly stated to be his responsibility, not hers. The judge said that, because he fled the state, they were having a hard time finding him, so they had to come after her, because they were married, when he took on the debt. Her checks were eaten so bad by the garnishments, we were living on less than $600 or so a month. I don't know how she did it, but she made it work for 1.5 years before finally claiming bankruptcy. The sad part is, not all the bills were being collected on. There were still some that could come after her, after the bankruptcy, because they never tried before. My mom didn't tell me this until a few years ago. She still worries about the other bills coming after her now. She can't do anything until they make a move against her. It's been 17 years since he left, but I can honestly say I hate him, and he is the scum of the earth. Not a lawyer, but I had to deal with the divorce situation at the co-op I worked at last year. Basically the husband came in saying he was going to pay for half of a monthly RV site and his wife was going to pay for the other half. I told him that he would have to pay a security deposit as well. He didn't know about it, and the court only had him paying for the site, so his lawyer came over, and I explained to him that they needed to pay the deposit and they couldn't get the site unless they paid the deposit. Then the wife showed up, which created its own set of problems. The judge had ordered the husband and wife not to see or be near each other, so the husband ran to his truck and drove off. The wife came in, and I explained the situation. She called her lawyer and left. 4 days later the husband came back with his RV. The judge ordered that the husband to give his wife an RV for a month while she stayed at the co-op, and said I was quoted in front of the judge about how the price the judge got over the phone was wrong and that they needed to pay the deposit. Both husband and wife ended up paying their half, and it seemed good. Then a month later the husband came to pick up his RV. The wife left early and took it. Way late and obligatory. Not a lawyer, but I have a story. My grandma had breast cancer in the late 80s and beat it, and has been a very active member in the survivor community, helping with meals and events and stuff. Well, about 5 years ago cancer reared its ugly head again, and, well, we are losing her. But that's not the worst. The worst is her husband. This man, unbeknownst to the family, had been verbally abusing my grandmother for years, and when the cancer came back he just got worse. no air conditioning in the summer, too damn expensive, put a fan on and be quiet, forcing her to cook and clean while terminally ill, and to the point of him accusing her and hiding his money and giving all his stuff away. Well, eventually she came to my dad and uncle for support and broke the news of how he has been treating her. We got her a nice new apartment, but that was just the beginning of that battle. They are getting a legal separation because she can't live long enough to get a divorce. We had to fight tooth and nail for him to give her a bed. Now for context, this man lives in a 2-story 6-bedroom house with each room fully furnished. Said she didn't need a bed. So much more, but I can't even think about it without getting angry. Not a divorce lawyer, but I thought it was a funny story anyway. Heard the story from my teacher, who knew the guy that benefited from the divorce. I'll explain. The story goes that a filthy rich lawyer found out his wife was cheating on him and wanted a divorce. Lawyer guy was not surprisingly pretty upset and wanted to get back at her. She was a bit of a gold digger. Oh, we want prenup. Yeah, but he was rich enough to accommodate it. They had a prenuptial agreement, so he thought he could use this to his advantage. Upon finding out that his wife was being unfaithful, he decided he was going to sell everything that he owned, making sure the wife got as little as possible through the prenup. This is where my teacher's friend comes in. We'll call him Steve. Just so happened that Steve was in the right place at the right time and was able to acquire this rich guy's Porsche 911 for something like 2,000 Australian larados. The lawyer was just selling everything he had at a stupid price because he wanted to get rid of it fast and easily, knowing he could just buy it all again. As for Steve, my teacher said he drove it around for a while, but sold it after about a year because it was way too expensive to maintain. What a year, that would have been no right. Also, the profit he made for selling a $100,000 car that he got for $2,000 wouldn't be too shabby. TLDR. Lawyer found out his wife was cheating, sold everything he had for cheap, so she got nothing from prenup. Steve had a good year.